We're here. Okay, if anybody has arrived, okay, we're getting started here, people. Hello, how are you? Welcome to the INFJ Experience Live once again, because you know what time it is. It's Saturday night, and it is Saturday Night Live here in my part of the world here. Now, just give me a couple minutes. I gotta get myself up and running on the computer as well. So it's good to see all you people, whoever might be out there in the audience. I have been busy with my work schedule, obviously, and typically what I do is, as I'm busy with the work, I get I have to focus on basically tasks, obviously, and but on Saturday and Sunday, I try to focus a little bit on the channel and, of course, on these live broadcasts as well. And so this is where we are. Okay. I had posted earlier this week, just a couple of days ago, that I would be going live. I think it was last night. I had posted I would be going live again. So here we are again, as you know. Okay, and as you know, I like to pull up this live broadcast on my device so I can see what's going on and get a sound check going. And I can see I'm totally backwards right now. Oh, jeez. And I can see I'm totally backwards right now. All right, let's flip that. See, that's one of the reasons why. Forgive me, people. That is one of the reasons why I need to see myself so I know what I'm looking like. And of course, I need to get me a sound check up here as well. Sounds good. Sound is on as well. Okay, we'll turn that down. We don't have to hear me. So we have three watching. Hello, three watching. So we're just getting started now. Now we went ahead. Now we got our view going here. Everything looks good so far, so good. I mean, I got the screen over here. Yeah. Okay, good. Everything's looking about right. So it's been a rainy day up here in the northeast part of the United States, but we're not here to talk about the weather. Trust me. I'm just saying it is raining like right now. So, yes, we're gonna hopefully people are gonna come on in here, and we're gonna talk a little bit again. We'll get the chat going again. Excuse me, and we're gonna go ahead and just talk about a few things. And hopefully some familiar people come in. And of course, as you know, I like seeing some new people come on in here as well. Now, what this is all about, this station is, as you know, it's INFJ Experience Live. Yes, and I'd like to think that we have somewhere to go. As the rarest personality type in the world, I'd like to think that you have someplace to go, someplace you can talk to other INFJs within your group. Okay, and yeah, so. And obviously, if you give me a question, tell me a concern, we can troubleshoot it, and we can help out a little bit as we go along as well. Okay, as you know. So that's what we like to do around here. Okay, so we're gonna get hopefully a few more people come on in here. We got three watching. Hello, three watching. And I'm sure I'm hopefully they'll climb up a little bit. Yeah. So I ended up getting some equipment. I got a microphone. If you can't see it here, I got a microphone. I got a webcam. I got a couple of things. I tried setting them up this afternoon, and I still got a little bit of work to do just so I can sync everything. So eventually, I get plans. I'm trying to get things going high tech around here, and but as you know, it takes me a little bit of time to get acclimated to things. But I will get there. I'll get there eventually. I want to be one of those high tech, YouTube guys that has it all, has his act together with all his good stuff going and got his chats going. I got big plans, but it will get there when it gets there. But for right now, we got the phone, we got the situation right here on hand that we like to communicate with. So, but as far as the channel's going, channel is it's going well. I was a little bit preoccupied this week, but that's okay. That's why I try to make up for it by going live. I think these lives are really filling in the gaps right now. They're really important to get these out there. All right. So, but uh, but as you know, as we have this personality type and other introverted intuitives in that in general, we have this we have this deep, complex personality type that just needs a lot of tender love and care sometimes within ourselves, a lot of maintenance, a lot of just understanding about our type. And so I'd like to think this is the place we go to talk about those things. All right. Um, I did happen to talk to somebody earlier in the week. I happened to have a conversation with somebody who was an INFJ on a phone. And I think I can't remember if it was the first time I've actually had a conversation with somebody that was that type. And I could sense certain things. So I actually could sense certain things that I never sensed quite in anybody else that I can remember. I mean, a certain level of openness, like somebody you sense somebody on the other line that was, somebody you could almost confide in a way. Yeah, there was a certain levels of energy that was projected on there that just was, inviting. Was just, yeah. I'm not going to get too much into that, but I had a conversation first time, and that's some of the internal feelings that I had, just some of the empathy that I was having over the phone line. Yeah, and I guess that was unique. I was trying to see what is it like, but but anyway, it was interesting. So, um, but as far as like I said, this is a particular personality that just needs a lot of maintenance, as you might say. Okay, just a lot of understanding. But what I'm noticing the more as I get older, the best way the best way to find those that self maintenance is above all what we've been doing our whole life, and that place of solitude that we go to. Our alone time is so very important. It is such an integral part of our healing, not our healing, our our mending, our centering. Um, yes, just about everything. It is highly important that INFJs and other introverts find that those moments of alone time, and whatever it is that you do to unwind in those moments, it's something you have to factor in. It has to be something that you work into in the course of your work week, your work life, whatever it might be. You need those breaks in between where it's just you and your mind and you in your the comfort of your own sanctuary of your mind, let's call it, okay? Because that's what it becomes, okay? And I'm starting to discover the importance of that, very much so. But I've reached a point in my life, I've reached an age in my life where that is a very welcoming part of my life, is my solitude. And it's almost like something I can't part with. And the longer I stay in a state of alone, when I start thinking, the more I realize that I'm getting more comfortable with that. Okay, it does turn into that. So I just want to stress to all of you how important that is. But I don't think I have to tell you that. I think a lot of times it's almost our default mode anyway. We just drift there no matter what because that's just who we are. And whether or not we want to or not, we're drawn there. Most of my life, before even knew what introverts were, all right, before I even knew what exactly it was to be an introvert, I mean, I spent a lot of time alone anyway. I would just drift off and do things by myself as a kid and just experience things on my own. And but part of it was I always felt kind of like I needed it. I craved it, but at the same time, I always wondered what it looked like from the outside looking in. In other words, sometimes, as you know, a majority of this world are extroverted types, and usually they look at somebody who's alone a lot, drifts off alone a lot, spends that time alone. They look at that as a problem, as an somebody who is damaged, is somebody that is not well. let's just say. That's the way the world looks at that. And at least it used to. And of course, there's always murmurs about that. So sometimes we believe that. Sometimes we understand that about ourselves. We know what they're saying behind our back, let's say. We know what the world thinks about people that spend a lot of time alone. And sometimes it affects us to where we're like, is it right? Is it something I should be doing? You know? But you have to, I guess, but being that we're INFJs, I think somehow we are almost by default pushed into these moments of isolation, of solitude. It's just our default mechanism that we run back to as far as our healing ability. Okay. So, but bottom line is, people just always make sure that that's something that you factor into your life every, whether it be a couple of times, a couple hours, maybe 15, 20 minutes a day. Maybe you have weekends where you spend a good majority of a day, like maybe a Saturday by yourself. Maybe you live alone, so you get plenty of that, and your home is your sanctuary. Your home is your castle, and you're content that way. But either way, it's something that you must factor in. That's imperative for your health, for your mental health, as our type. Okay, and like I said, I'm encompassing all introverts into that mix. Okay, so, but okay, so we have four watching right now. But if you'd like to say hello, if you'd like to type a hello in there, maybe a quick question, let me know who you are. And if it's somebody you've been here before, just let me know. Say hello. Okay. I always like to, I'm very interactive. I like to think I'm interactive here. Okay. So, but like I said, yeah. So, we're now into May. It's amazing how quickly this year is going. It really is something else. Can't believe it's already the fifth week of the year, fifth month of the year. Excuse me. And I was actually thinking that it's going to be. Well, I'm into the 11th month of this channel. It's going to be 1 year next month. It'll be my first year into the channel since my first video, since my inaugural video on there. So yeah, it's going on a year. It's hard to believe I've been doing this for a year now, but I've been doing it. So, oh, here we have Frog Pond. We have Ray from Frog Pond School. Greetings from Missouri. How are you, sir? Good to see you again. All right. I figured somebody would come in and say hello. How you been? Now that's Ray. Okay, I got him on a first name basis because I knew who that is. He let me know his name. Yeah, from Missouri. I can't remember what part of Missouri, whether or not it's Hannibal, St. Louis, could be. That doesn't really matter. But yeah, Missouri's got to be a wonderful state down there. Never been to Missouri. Never did see it though. But greetings, still the same, definitely. Yes, but like I said, it's going on a year, and as I said before, the channel's doing well. But I did notice one thing too is that sometimes I've reached certain milestones, and I have to make sure that I stay motivated to continue to make good content, good work. It seems a lot of it was that I had certain goals I chased, and I did. I achieved certain goals, and then it's like it's almost like sometimes the motivation keeps you going. It's funny how human nature is. Right? When you're chasing that dream, when you're chasing your accomplishment, that is a lot of times what keeps you going, keeps you motivated, trying to see that finish line, let's say. Now, sometimes once you have achieved certain goals and milestones, the chase isn't as appealing anymore. I guess what I'm saying is I noticed that I kind of backed off a little bit. I noticed, if you notice, I haven't made quite as much content. I've started doing more lives. This is one thing I started gearing on to. Maybe that's what it was. In the last few months, I started going live more often, at least maybe once a week, sometimes twice a week. I was doing weekend lives. So I was putting all my energy into these live broadcasts. So some of the videos and some of the shorts, I noticed I was backing away from a little bit, but again, I think it's just because part of it was I was achieving certain goals. I think because I put a lot of energy into the lives, and I guess that's part of where the energies were going. And not to mention that I have all these other different ideas of how I want to expand the channel, and I'm just I focus a lot of my energy on those as well. But bottom line is, it's still something in the works. That's all. Um, okay. And I guess on another note is, as far as like I said, channel's going well. It's going to be going on 1 year. It's hard to believe. So, yeah, I guess we'll have to have one of those year-long live broadcasts to commemorate our first year as a channel as well. But bottom line is, people, I'd like to thank everybody who has joined in on the channel. I really have. I mean, it's your channel as well. It definitely is your channel, not just mine. It's all of our channels. All right. Uh, do you have other hobbies? Yeah, I have other hobbies. I've done other things. Um, do I have other hobbies? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do work a lot. During the week, I have a lot that keeps me occupied as far as just going to work and making sure I prepare myself for my job for the day, putting the lunch together, having breakfast, that kind of thing. But, I tend to like to occasionally, I might read or I like to learn things. I'm always trying to learn new things and things like that. Just keep my eyes open. I also I've noticed too, as I get older, I get very, let's say, conservative, money wise, fiscally especially. I really am very tight with money, so I try to make sure every dollar I spend is going to go towards something that's going to be useful. You know what I mean? That's all. So I try to make sure I don't just, I don't have disposable money. Not, because I'm still trying to think of retirement. I'm going to be retiring or be eligible for it within the next 6 years. So, but I mean, if I could travel more, that would be good. If I had a lot of money, I'd like to just fly in a plane, maybe go to Rome, maybe see things. That would be cool. But that's very expensive, being able to travel. But other than that, yeah, no, I kind of lay back. I do my job. I do my thing. I just try to work around my house, work around my yard, things like that. Just keep things going. Just try to maintain the home. That's all. Have done improves. Yeah, yeah. Have done improve. Yeah, on the house. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, somewhat. Well, like I was saying earlier, I bought some equipment. I did buy some equipment for the station here for the channel. I've got a microphone. You might see it right here. Look at this. See? Look at this. See? But a thing is, I just put it together. See, it's got the whole arm, it's got the whole telescopic arm, and it retracts in and out, and it's cool. Now I hooked it up just a couple hours ago, trying to sound test it and all that. But still, I have to get it linked into networks. I bought a one of those webcams. I'm trying to hook that into the computer as well, so I can do webcams and microphones. So I can start, recording things differently. Again, it's stuff I have to kind of learn how to get into the system a little bit. Eventually, what I'd like to do is have the mic, have that, and then go on to apps where I can actually have talk to you, interactively, like maybe through your phone. I can hear you through like some earbuds, and I talk through the microphone, and we have a conversation. That's ultimately what I want to do with the lives, almost like a podcast, but I guess you could say it's kind of like on the podcast idea. But it'll just be me here. I won't have like a bunch of people and a bunch of little screens. I won't have like lots of people on my end. You see. But see, these are things I'm trying to think about. Yeah, but these are the improvements I'm trying to go with. Improve like on a stage. Uh, oh, like say when you say improv or improv. You mean like improv? Like I'm trying to get what you're getting at. Uh, I can't act if I'm wearing a mask. Oh, I can act if I'm wearing a mask. Oh, okay. All right. I'm trying to figure out what you're getting at there. Like, have I done improv? Oh, okay, improv, like on a stage. Oh, not really. No, I haven't. I guess what I do here is just when I go live. I mean, that's what I do. I just try to chat and try to keep the conversation going the best I can, and I just try to just carry a certain conversation and hope it leads somewhere. That's what I try to like hope. Now, occasionally, certain people come in and they ask questions, and then I just start leading places, and I start talking about what's on my mind, and just things that pertain to our type, I guess, or pertain to things that that have some importance to us. Yeah, that's all. So so I can act if I'm wearing a mask. Yeah. Well, but I try to be myself though, Ray. I mean, I'm trying not to wear a mask. I mean, I know sometimes through the course of our life we wear many masks, don't we? Those are sometimes our inauthentic selves that are talking before we awaken. Sometimes we wear masks without even knowing it, because that's who we are before our awakening. We haven't authenticated. So sometimes that's where we're wearing those masks. And we react to the world, we react to situations based on our programming, based on the way we were uh, formed, yeah, by societal culture, not by the way we were meant to be, basically. I'm just trying to get conversation going. Oh, shut up. Ha ha. Hee hee. Oh, no, you don't have to shut up, man. Of course you are. No, I get that. No, don't shut up, Ray. I like you talking to me, okay? Don't ever do that, please. Okay? You're very important to this channel. Um, no, but like I said, I think we all we were see you got me going now. I was starting to go with the conversation, you know. I was like I've been listening to a lot of Carl Jung lately. You know, he's very deep about some of his teachings, especially when it came to like just the authentication and how people wear masks, through the course of their life. And but these masks, these are inauthentic people. These are people that have reacted, and they react to their cultural conditioning, and not necessarily react to the way they were intended to be. Intended to where their soul is, basically. Frog wants, sup, bro? Got Obasi out there. How you doing, Obasi? Yes, art by the Obasi. Sup, bro? Not much. Sup, bro? I found good. I had a good day. I feel good. I had a good day. That's good. You had a good day today, then, huh? So, what was so good about your day? What did you do, huh? Just get plenty of sunlight, get some sunshine out there in Missouri. Hey, do you ever go? Remember, like, I read the book Tom Sawyer, and he was always on the Mississippi River. Him and Huck Finn or his friends always used to go fishing, catfishing on the Missouri River, or was it the Mississippi? It was one of those, right? Yeah. You ever do that? Maybe as a kid, you ever fish in the river for catfish in those big old rivers? That would make you feel good, huh? So, just curious. Yeah, sir. I've never actually eaten catfish. How is catfish? Anybody ever eat catfish? I bet it probably tastes like regular fish. Probably has a certain texture about it. I'm sure it's good eating though, right? My mind is full of masks. Remember, I'm a writer. That's right. I do remember you're a writer. Yes, a poem writer and stuff. That's right. Okay. That's right. I'm glad you reminded me of that. I've talked to so many over here at the course of that, but I remember that now. That's right. Oh, eventually I need to get me a PO box. I got a lot of see. That's another thing I got to do, because sometimes people want to send me things, and I thought, well, I should have a PO box for that. Just get something in my town here, and just have it sent to the PO box. So eventually I got to end up doing that too. I don't think they're very much money to maintain a PO box. I'm not sure how that works. I think you have to establish one, like have an account, then they have it for you. But I think it has to. I think it's only good for a certain amount of months, or maybe you have to pay to have it open for like whatever 6 months or a year or something. I'm not sure how it works. Have you checked out Ren Conti yet? Ren Conti? You'd think you'd get a kick out of him. No, I haven't. I have not. Ren Conti. Did you? I think you had mentioned that before. Occasionally, you get people telling me to check out certain people. No, I never did. Now, what is he exactly? If I get a kick out of him, just like just a comedian or something, or just kind of like us, just talks about things. Is he part of the MBTI? Is he like is he one of the rare personality types? Introverted? Is he an INFJ type? Just curious. I'm just asking questions. So, uh, no, I haven't checked that one out yet, but I'm sure eventually I'm going to have to. I'll stumble across some of these at some point, or maybe I'll look into them sometime. Occasionally, I might say, "Oh, okay, I'll flip onto the channel, maybe watch a video just to get an idea who you're talking about, kind of thing." That's all. So, uh, yeah, no, but I'm glad you're feeling good today, though. That's good. All right, had a good day. Yeah, I do notice though, the older I get, that's one thing I've noticed too about, and I've been watching different videos and occasionally, I guess one thing about with our type, our personality type, is the older we get, the more we start fine tuning and learning about our life, and the more we settle it down in our mind, we get better. We start having better days. We feel better within our own skin, I think, and that's one of the glorious parts of growing wise as an INFJ, and I've been noticing that too. And I know you told me too, Ray. I know you said you're a bit older than I am. You're an older guy, and yeah, I can imagine. It sounds like you have a good life. I mean, you're a writer. Sounds like you keep yourself busy. You're doing a lot of things. Yeah, so that's good. But it sounds like you found yourself. Sounds like you found your core. Now, from the conversations we've had, I mean, you're a war veteran as well, and you talked about some things that were on your mind. So I know you've had some trying things in your life, but these are all those forging moments into making us who we are. The bottom line is, yeah, it's good that you're having good days with yourself because, yeah, that's what happens. I've noticed that the older I get, the more sharp and the more settled down my mind is as well. And who we got to oversee? He he's an INFJ researcher. Oh, is that what that is? Obasi? Ren Conti is a INFJ researcher. Okay. Now, okay. So what does that mean, researcher? I mean, somebody that research. I mean, just basically looks into the subconscious, the conscious, the depths of the mind. What that kind of thing? Like researches the inner workings. That kind of. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, that's interesting. A researcher. Okay. Uh, yeah, I can imagine that's either that or like sometimes you get these guys that really focus on the history of INFJs. They might look at through history. They'll start looking at different INFJs through history. I mean, the ones that they've established. I mean, obviously, like Marcus Aurelius was one, and you had like, of course, Gandhi. You had Martin Luther King, and there's been some historic INFJs well before we knew what MBTI was. But you just kind of look at their life, you look at their history, you research their history to find out, and first identify that their works, their wordings, their missions, whatever it might be, you say, okay, well, the way they acted through their life, they were this. So there's certain profilers that research people through history. Now, is that the kind of thing you're talking about? Where they start identifying certain personality types through history based on their deeds? Because I mean, that seems to be something that's done quite a bit as well. He's an INFJ research. Okay, so I mean, just figuring it might have been something on that idea right there. So, but yeah, but it seems there are thousands through history. I mean, well, maybe it's hundreds. I don't know how many they've actually legitimately identified, but there's quite a few that they look back and say, yeah, this is what they were. I guess MBTI types have been around what since human beings were basically since human nature became its nature, since personality types were I can't say discovered since we basically were who we are. And as you know, everybody's different for a reason. So I mean, so but just because they've been identified and been labelized through MBTI doesn't mean they haven't been around. I guess, right? Yeah, he's a multi-depth psychologist. He has multi-depth psychology books on the introverted intuitive. He's he's pretty INFJ specific. Oh, I see. All right. Really. Uh so he just really dives deep into the whole psychology of that then, huh? Yeah. Ren has a YouTube channel. I figured that. I figured he was a YouTuber right off when you said if I ever heard of him. I figured that's what you meant. Yeah. I mean, I figured it makes sense. Only makes sense. You don't hear about people like that on like on TV, mainstream live TV, or you don't hear about that in magazines. No, it's YouTube's got all this stuff. This is where we all are. Okay. No, never heard of them, but it sounds interesting though. I mean, I like the ones that do that, that like to divulge into the history and all that. I mean, there's plenty of self-advice help ones out there. There's many of them out there that are just there as far as just talking about the life of INFJs. Um, I mean, I'd like to think I do that somewhat here, but I try my best to be as unique as I can. I mean, I don't. Everybody tells me nobody else does these lives. I mean, these live broadcasts. I mean, not as consistent as I'm doing them. So I've never. Everybody keeps telling me nobody's like does this kind of thing. But if that's what I'm doing, that's unique. Then that's fine. Um, yeah, but I can imagine that sounds pretty unique though. It just kind of divulges into the intuitive mind in that way. I mean, I think, hey, whether we know it or not, that's been our whole life anyway. Just our living our life as this type. That's what we're doing because we're having to navigate our world, our existence every day in this mind. When you think about it, it's we think of it as second nature. I mean, it's to the point now we're so used to it because this is who we are. But you the thing is what gets me. Sometimes I try to imagine myself in somebody else's mind. Just an extroverted sensor type. Let's say just another type. Okay, a little bit more of a common type. And I try to figure out what their mind is doing, like just by the action. But what a lot of times I can tell that the main difference is the introspection that we have, the thinking deep that we go. All right, looking the behind the scenes. Sometimes you just hear from the conversations you have, like when I'm at work and I'm listening to the other guys at work, talking. Now these guys are cool. They're all like guys I work with. But I mean, they usually talk about just they'll talk about the hockey game they had the night before and the score and the fight and the fight at third period at the blue line. You know what I mean? Which is cool because I mean sometimes I like sports talk occasionally because I figure like that's kind of an extroverted thing. Just the whole idea of following a sports team, following a certain sport and talking about it. That's an extroverted connection that people use in order to find some kind of something in common. So that's what sports was. That's what it's used for. Now, not to say, but what I'm saying is this, the conversations. It's like a lot of times I find myself just listening in. I hear them. I don't really chime in too much. I'm kind of in the background doing my thing. I'm hearing what's going on, just trying to. But there's not a lot that I add on to it. I mean, occasionally I might just like yeah, right, or something. But I don't really add on to it. But my point is that you try to see that that that's where it is. This surface level connection that they have, and just like, you know, that's about where their level is. I mean, it makes you wonder if they're getting deep. Do they look within their own self? So I think that's what defines introverted intuitives, especially INFJs. Well, I mean, this is one of the main things, is that deep introspection. I can only imagine that from hearing the surface level and what they're talking about, that they don't do that. They're not really having that really in-depth look at themselves and looking at their whole life and their existence, like, as we do. I think that's just one of the main differences that defines us, because I'm trying to get a connection. I'm trying to like absorb and I don't see that. I don't feel that. I don't feel that depth in any way. But bottom line, seldom do I encounter another that allows me to challenge my character, my honor, my understanding of my inner angel and demon. Understanding my thunderbird and snake is truly refreshing. Oh, the thunderbird and snake. Oh, I think I remember something about that. Weren't we interpreting dreams a few weeks ago? Something about that. I remember that now, right? And we were starting to talk about that kind of thing. Yeah, your thunderbird and snake. Yeah. See, you're going into your writer's mode there with that whole comment there. Yeah, that I could see that the way you're writing in there. Yeah, that's that poetry writing thing that you're good at right there. So yeah, I can imagine. Now, I guess you probably really, sounds like you're a very good writer, very deep writer, and things like that, right? Well, that's good. That's definitely good. So, but but bottom line is, yeah, that's I think I got a little bit. I ran away a little bit, but sometimes I try to do that. I just try to get a feel of what people are talking about. What drives them, and but again, I don't see the depth. Like, that's one of the defining differences. Okay, oh, Vamp Fox, hello, Vamp, hello. We got Vamp in the audience. Morning, evening, Tom, and INFJ Experience. Yes, good morning to Vamp from the land down under. There you go. Yes. And know it sounds bad, but it feels most people around me are hardly sensitive, no depth. You're making my point. See, that's I guess if I was to draw that, that's one of the main things I notice. This is the main thing that I'm aware of when I just talk to, like I said, the guys at work when they're just talking. Now, these guys, I've worked with them, some of these guys, 2, 3 years. I mean, they're guys you work with, and they're good guys. I mean, they're the type, it's just I wouldn't probably hang out with them. I don't, but you try to get a vibe on certain people like that, and that's all I can conclude. Now, I'm not saying we're any better. I'm not saying because we go deep we're better, and they're less than us. I'm not going there. I don't want to sound like that. I don't mean it that way. I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to do a read on where we are compared to, let's say, other, like, more common types, I should say. Okay. And typically I don't see it. I don't feel that depth in most people. That's all. Occasionally you bump into people that do, especially here on this channel. I bump into people that think very deeply here all the time. With your posts, your comments, and sometimes you blow away my mind too with things you say, and you teach me things all the time. Definitely not here, but I mean typically out and about when you're just dealing with, you know, the people, I guess you could say. All right. No, it sounds. Oh yeah, but okay. But yeah, these are just some of the things I noticed through the course of my life, and that's all. But again, I think a lot of times, I think that's in a way how we research every day. Sometime I don't put it seems like I don't think about it on the spot at every time. I'm not always like thinking about it, but if I was to sum it up, that would be the way it's sum it up. Is that there's no depth there, and, that's it. You know, even a poet needs a carpenter to build his house. That's right. Well, I think that carpenter needs a poet there to, help his world rhyme. I don't know. That was bad. Excuse me. I gotta come up with something better than that, right? Usually INFPs. Oh yeah, usually INFPs. As far as what's that? The poet types? Are we talking about Obacy? We're talking about INFPs. Yeah, I had somebody. Occasionally, INFPs are on this channel as well. They talk and they talk about how they're, you know, hey, Hidden Harp. Harp, how are you? Hello, everybody. Hello, Harp is in the house. Yeah, we're starting to come on in here. That's good. That's good news. All right. It is Saturday Night Live, as you know, and we are live because it's Saturday night. Go figure. Uh, I'm arrived with a lot of good news, but I don't know where to start. Well, then start somewhere. If you get some good news, we like good news around here. Okay, there you go. Vamp saying hello as well. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, you know what? One thing we can harp is you always have good stories and you talk about the progress, things that's going on in your life. We like to hear about those things, and things that are good, things that are going well in your life, though. That's always good. I mean, I like to hear things. I like to hear good stories. So many times in this world, the only time we hear things is bad news. Somebody died or something this or we're always hearing dirty laundry bad news, and that's what people glom onto. That's the but sometimes you want to just forget that and hear some good news, hear some positive things going on out there too. You know what I mean? So more deep like us. Oh yeah, INFPs. Yes, yes. Well, again, they're INs. The introverted intuitive in general they're all very deep. Okay, we just have variations in our couple of functions that are just not as prevalent, and that we don't quite align exactly. But we're all pretty much in the same camp, though. We have dominant introverted intuition. That is the main function right there. And we just have a couple of, I mean, INFJs and INTJs are they're almost identical. It's just that one, that those two functions are flipped. All right. And so instead of FE, there's, what is it? T, what is their second function? Is it TE, extroverted thinking, is their second one? And for the TJ, that is, or something like that. And I can't remember, but bottom line is, yeah, they're all very deep, you know. And I guess somebody was describing to me that the INTP is actually their extroverted sensing is like 6 on their cognitive function. With us, it's 4th. It's our least dominant function, but it's still in our 4. So that means that somebody was telling me they described the INFP as being a very dreamy type. Okay. Now, in a way, I think INFJs have a dreamy side as well. Trust me, we do as well. We're always in our head. But I think it's not so much dreamy. I think a lot of things, I mean, we can be, I think our minds can be pulled out of our ourselves so much, where we start to just dream and daydream and things. And because I do it, I know how long my mind is. But usually it's a calculating dream. It's not, sometimes it's, it's, you're thinking, you're analyzing, you're looking at scenarios, you're trying to piece together scenarios. I mean, you're trying to use imagination to create better outcomes, create better ways that they happen. But I think INFPs are definitely, like you said, they're more dreamy, where they're just they're getting lost in their fantasies a little bit, and they're thinking about stories, and they're dreaming. Well, TJ's probably They're all about the logic, I would think. INTJs, I should say. But yeah, so that's what somebody described it being like. They're very dreamy. So what do we got? My other good news is that I got a $5 raise. Also, I'm back in the gym after an injury. $5 an hour raise, huh? That's good. $5 an hour. That's a big jump right there. That's a very big jump. Yeah. I mean, that's an extra $50 in your paycheck at 40 hours. I mean, of course, before taxes and all. Wait, is it 50? Yeah, that'd be 50, right? Yeah, that's an extra $50 a week right there. Yeah. That's quite a bit of money. That's a big jump. Good news, no matter how much it is, that's good. Yes. And you're back to work after an injury. Back at yeah, I think you had said something about your ribs, if I remember right. Yeah, that was a few weeks ago. You had talked about you had an injury. You had some bruised ribs or so like a hairline crack in one of your ribs or something, right? So you're all better now, huh? I'd say I remember this stuff. That's good. So you're back to the gym then, huh? Well, then keep up the good news then. Keep up the good work, right? That's all. So, uh, oh, what do we got here? That's a more Depla. She's going to research us all herself. She is the most characteristic and already very psychological and personality theory already. Oh, okay. Who are we talking about there, Harp? Uh, oh, I missed a couple of things. I got into a monologue. Some of my job, 100% for. Oh, I finished talking with someone from my job. I'm almost 100% certain she is an INFJ. Oh, okay. Imagine that, huh? Okay. Uh, so what gives you that idea? Just the way she is, huh? Well, you never know. Again, it's still a rare personality type, but like, yeah, there's more women though. You're more apt to bump into a female INFJ than you would be the male. Male is the most rare personality type. In fact, the Sigma INFJ male is probably the most rare in the world, right? And when you get into that, yeah. But that's good. At least you're bumping into people that you have in common interest with. But sometimes I notice that, hey, haven't you heard the old stereotype though? Sometimes two INFJs, they almost add friction to each other. It's almost like they rub each other the wrong way, figuratively. You know, like they're too much alike. I've heard this a lot that they actually sometimes don't get along. I mean, they find things to nitpick about little things. You'd think that they get along fine because they're the same, but that actually can be a bad thing sometimes when things are too close to you. And sometimes people that are too much in common, yeah, they don't really like each other too. So you got to remember that too. You know, sometimes we irritate each other. Sometimes I think we enlighten each other. I think we see each other. We see our own mirror in some ways, in our own reflection in other INFJs. But sometimes there's parts of our character that we see and we identify within other people that we don't like about ourselves because again, we're conflicted. Okay, we're very paradoxical, and there's so many things about there's things about us that we like, but there's also things in our mind that we don't like because there's parts of my character I don't like. Okay, even now, I mean, I think I've found a lot of different good qualities through the course of my life. I think I've overcome a lot of things, but I think there's parts of us we don't like. And maybe we detect that now. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Vamp, what you got there? I remember a while back we were discussing talking about how to do MBTI tests again, and so thought I'd again just see how many moods I was feeling. So the other day I feel like an INFP. Oh, okay. Just how many moods you're in, huh? Oh, okay. So it felt a little more dreamy, like I was talking about earlier. Yeah. Remember somebody was talking about that one a couple of weeks ago about how they're more dreamy. Yeah, I just remember that was like a big defining thing. Reddit has already messed and prefer the person interaction, but I still would be better compatible with other INFJs. No, I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, we gravitate toward each other. I mean, that's proof of that on this channel here. I mean, we kind of we like each other's company. In fact, I got to tell you the truth. I feel like I feel like a lift when I think that's one of the reasons I like these lives is just I told you before. I feel like I feel that sense of camaraderie, and I feel like yeah, just a sense of like belonging in a sense that I've never had before. I think that's one of the things that binds us together is that we've been outcasts so long in our life, and now finally we find another we find outcasts amongst outcasts in each other, but we somehow you know make it work. Hey, remember the Island of Misfit Toys? Anybody remember those old Santa Claus movies? Remember the ones? I think it was like the night. What was it? It was one of those clay animation ones. I think it was Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Yeah, it was Rudolph, right? Don't you remember like they went to the Island of Misfit Toys? Remember that one? And they, of course, it was always that singing musical, right? So they get to the Island of Misfit Toys, and and remember there was a Charlie in the box. He wasn't a Jack in the box. He was a Charlie in the box. Or there was like a cowboy that was riding an ostrich. You know, it was just strange things like that. They were all misfit toys. You know what I mean? Something had square wheels, not round wheels. So they were like all the all the toys that were rejected by children because they were misfits. Yeah, that was another thing too. That kind of reminds me of the Breakfast Club, the Island of Misfit Toys. And so at one point there, Yukon Cornelius, if you remember him, right? He was like the prospector guy looking for gold. And he's on that, then all of a sudden, Rudolph. Rudolph was a misfit because he had the nose. Remember that? And then you had one of the elf that wanted to be a dentist. Remember that? That little guy? So they get to that island of misfit toys, and it's like at one point, I can't remember what was said, but Yukon says, even amongst misfits, you're misfits. He just the way he said that. Amongst misfits, you're misfits. Like so like they thought they'd fit in, but even they were too misfitted for even that much, you know. But what was my point? What was my point? It was somehow I missed the point of that whole thing. It just got me thinking about that whole thing. So it was something to do with just that. How we feel like we are misfits amongst each other. Yeah, that's it. But we find a camaraderie. That was the point I was making. Okay, so uh, so Reddit has had a mess and it prefer most people. Okay, yeah, better compatible with other INFJs. Yeah, like I said, I seem to get along with them so far. I don't see that personally with me. I hear stories like that. Maybe I should clear that up and say I think I hear stories about that. How typically INFJs, you know, don't get along or something like that. Just things that I heard, not that I personally had that experience. I should make sure I tell you that, right? So, hey, we have 10 watching now. Hey, it's climbing up. It's climbing. It's getting somewhere. In a few minutes, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch over. I don't know how well the microphone is. Maybe you're used to it, but I still had to completely charge up my phone. So in a little while, I'm actually going to switch to the other microphone. The shotgun microphone that is. And so I might do that in a couple minutes. But anyway, it's good to see people are starting to file in. And as you can see, it's getting darker. The dark night is starting to elapse behind me, as you can see in my window there. See it? I'll wait until there's just a little bit less light, and then I'll close up the blinds, as I usually do. So, uh, yeah. But yeah. But as far as everything's going, it's good to see. It's good to see there's some good news out there. A $5 an hour raise. So let me ask you, Harp, how did you get now you got a $5 an hour raise? Obviously you're paid by the hour. You're not on salary. Now let me ask you this. I mean, how did you get a $5 an hour raise? Did you just all of a sudden discover like the fountain of youth or something like that? I mean, that's a lot. That's a big jump. It's a very big jump. Usually when you get a raise, it's a dollar, maybe two, a dollar or two. Typically, that's a good raise right there. But to go up like $5 is quite a bit. So my okay, obviously my best friends growing up was an INFJ too. Almost killed each other multiple times. LOL. My best friend growing up was an INFJ also. Oh, okay. You had a friend of yours that was another. That now that's how does that happen? How does that happen? You almost killed each other multiple times. You mean like just because you couldn't stand each other because you fought each other kind of deal? Yeah. So I guess maybe making my points. That's what I mean. I hear little stories like this. These are the stories I'm basing it on. That's all. Okay. I got a $5 raise because I asserted my boundaries with the management and made them recognize my worth and gave them an ultimatum. Oh, oh, you told them if you don't start appreciating what you got here, I'm taking a hike. Hidden Hop's going to be walking the plank right into another company. Yeah, I get it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's how they prove. That's how you prove. That's how they prove. That's how you prove your worth. Sometime. Essentially, yes. Yeah. Sometimes it's like a cat and mouse game with your management. Sometimes they'll play it off like you don't mean much. Through the course of my life too, I've had like jobs where my manager would always try to. I've had job managers tell me, I'm taking too long in jobs, or you know that that I wasn't doing my job good enough, and a lot of times it had to do with my speed. And I thought I used to always have an issue with getting things done. Now my job was good quality wise. I would work at my own pace, but I was never the fastest guy. But I was always the guy that was there every day, never was late, never called in sick, never took a day off ever. But these other guys would come in a little bit hungover from the night before. All their hair was a little messy. You could tell they were always, their health wasn't that good, but somehow they get these jobs done. And the managers love these guys because just because they were fast. And I think INFJs are like that. Typically, I've even found that out later on in life that a lot of times the way we're geared slower. We don't work fast like other people. We don't have a fast pace because of the way our alignments are. Because we are judges, we're long-term planners, and we have that weak extroverted sensing. Okay. Sometimes because we're always in our head, we're always planning what we're going to do, but in that moment we do it, we're kind of we're too meticulous is what we're doing it. So we tend to be slower on average, and because we're always getting caught up in our mind. But these are some of the stories I've heard too. But this happened to me for most of my work life. But there was one time where I decided I got another job. In fact, I found another job, and because the manager I had was just very negative, very like cutting me down, telling me I wasn't fast enough and this and that. And so finally, at one point, Emma Patelin, he told me if I didn't like the way things are going around here, to leave. He said that. We were in private as he said it. So a few months later, I tell him I'm giving him a notice, and he basically threw out the fact that I would lose a pension, and it was a dumb move. He never said to me, well, you really mean a lot to the company. I don't want you to leave. He just made it sound like, oh, you know what, you're going to lose your pension, and you're really stupid to do that, and he just tried to make it out like I was throwing a tantrum. You know what I mean? And it wasn't his fault. It was nothing he was doing there. But bottom line is, they tried to get me. They kept trying to talk me out of it. And it was always about their pension that they kept saying, that I'd lose it. But bottom line is, I ended up leaving that company anyway. But the thing is that even though he threw out all this, I want you to leave and this and that, then he had to try to fight to keep me there. even though he told me to leave. It's like I called his bluff. Yeah. Let me see. Getting darker here. Gotta go feed the yard dinosaurs and shut the doors to the pen. Probably be back. The rooster's been cranky today. Oh, that's right. He sounds like I say. It sounds like you got the chickens there, son. Sounds like I say. Sounds like chickens. Yeah, hens. That is. I tell you. That was my Foghorn Leghorn. Remember him, Foghorn Leghorn from Looney Tunes? Hey, now, boy, I say, boy, you're about as sharp as a cue ball, there, son. He was funny, that guy. I've started to withdraw all the good things they've received from me naturally, and they've definitely been noticing. Oh, okay. All right. So you started to withdraw all the good things they've received from me naturally, and they've been definitely noticing. Oh, so you basically sounds to me like you were going all out of your way certain ways, and they were taking advantage of it, taking you for granted. And you basically said you're going, these are things that you're doing above and beyond your call of duty to your job. And they just took that as, hey, this is just heart being heart. So you start taking back these little personal things, just focusing on your job, just doing your 8-hour job. Okay. Now you're just doing your duty. They didn't like that. And then you basically told them that you were gonna walk. And so they give you $5 an hour raise. Well, then that shows you how much you were really worth. Sometimes you have to do that in order to prove yourself. Yeah. And they made it worth your while. I mean, did you actually have another job? Were you getting ready to go to, Harp? Like, as in, did you tell them, give them a notice and say, well, they're gonna pay me $4 an hour more, and then they said, well, we'll pay you 5. Sometimes that happens. All they do is throw an extra buck in there an hour, you know. So true. People don't understand why we have certain rhymes and why I take my time off certain things when I'd work in the kitchen, when I was preparing meals for young children. Yeah, exactly. So it's just basically that. I mean, people take advantage. They just take you for granted on how uh, your productivity kind of thing, and that's all. Yeah. Well, bottom line is, I mean, if that's what they did for you, and as long as it holds, but yeah, but now I guess at this point here, you have to rise to the expectation and just be the best you can. You know, just do what you're doing, and I mean, for them to give an extra $5, yeah, that was good though, definitely. Uh, but no, that's good. So I mean, sometimes, yeah, you have no choice but to fight for your jobs and things like that. Listen, there's one thing I can say. I mean, I know myself, and I know from you people out there too, from your experiences, is that INFJs do have a very good, hardworking ethic in them. Whatever it is they do, they're very good and hardworking at it. They may be the slowest ones. They may be a little slower. They may be the ones that are a little more methodical. Okay, that's our nature, and that's going to happen. And I had to come to grips with that with myself. But you got to make up for it in other ways and just be more dependable, more reliable. Be the one that people count on. Yeah, be that one that doesn't let you down. Okay. I mean, like I said, sometimes these bosses that like these guys would come staggering in. You know, they look like they were hung over a little bit from their weekend. They'd get their job done. They were fast and they were good at what they did. But then, they call out three times a month. You know what I mean? They call out on a Friday afternoon or call out on a Monday, whenever it was, and they say that they weren't feeling good or whatever it was. But you saw that they had their drawbacks. And usually it had a lot to do with just their lifestyle that they were caught up in, maybe their relationship. I mean, you could always see that they had a dysfunctional either marriage or relationship. I mean, yeah, they were quick at their job, but they always had these drawbacks. You know what I mean? So, but the bosses liked them, and the only thing that they liked was the fact that the productivity was there. These guys could blow it out of the water, you know. But what got me was one time I had a boss, though, even though I was dependable, reliable, on time. I mean, he used to pick, he was always nitpicking everything I did. I finally quit that job. That was the one I was telling you about. It just got to the point where, you know what, this guy here isn't appreciating anything, and, I had to move it on. So, uh, I remember this one job at work with what the expected me to do. Oh, let me say, Vamp, you said, I remember this one job. I worked at this as they expected me to do the job done in 3 hours, when realistically it's actually six. Yeah. So it actually, they wanted it done. You said it was more like a 6 hour job, but they wanted it done in 3 hours. Yeah. Um, I think a lot of times, yeah, they're always that's just what bosses do. They're always going to underestimate how much things take time, and I think it's just their way of, because they always know that they're gonna try to get more out of you. They want you to speed it up. They're trying to get you to speed it up a little bit, even though in reality it can't be done like that. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, they're always gonna downplay the amount of time it takes to do a job. Yeah, just to put that bug in your ear that somebody else could do it faster or better. So, I mean, through the course of my life, I've dealt with a lot of crappy bosses, especially in the tire business. I had a lot of bosses. Some of them were just dinks. I mean, jerks. Not very pleasant. They acted like they let the power go to their head because they were an authority, because they were sitting in a boss's chair. They thought they were like above you, and they treated you like that, and they had this look in their eye that they were looking down on you. I never liked those types. And these are the types I always made sure I dug into them. I would put little digs into their character, that just to knock them down a peg, just instinctively. I did that all the time to one boss. Uh, we butted heads for years, and he always felt that his way of getting at me, getting back at me, was giving me these little jobs, that were just, or he'd make sure that it was 10 minutes of five. He'd give me a road call. It almost like, I used to swear he'd hold on to them. He'd get them 2 hours earlier. He could have sent me 2 hours, but he'd make sure it was 10 minutes of five, and then say, "Oh, I got a road call," like I was planning to get out. He'd do little things like that, and just knowing. And then he'd deny it was, "No, it just came in. The call just came in." You know what I mean? So, like I said, I've had jobs I've had lots of bosses like that. I go from an INFJ to an ENTJ when I'm tired and stressed. Uh, an INFJ to an ENTJ. Oh, so you're usually, so stress makes you switch your types then, huh? Those are your shadows, right? Those are your shadow zones, what you're getting at, yeah. I would think so. Okay, excuse me a minute. Remember I said I was going to close the blinds? Look at that. It's pitch black out there. Look at that. How dark it is outside. It went into a pitch black zone out there, right? All right. All right. There we go. I don't need anybody spying on me in here, you know what I mean? I don't think anybody's going to spy on me, but I just closed up the drapes, yeah, that's all. But no, I mean, as far as work stress, I mean, you got to figure work is like, consumes almost a third, if not more than a third of our life. I mean, you figure we spend an average of 8 hours doing our job, average, and that's just a regular 8 hour shift. That's not to mention that how many times we work overtime. How many times do we work 10 hours a shift a day? Like we might do 50 hours a week. So that's more than a third of our day during the week right there. And then, not to mention your travel going back and forth to work, and then the prep time it takes to get to work. So most of your life is going to your jobs, maintaining your jobs. Yeah. So, you got to at least know that when you're in your work mode, that you have that you're comfortable doing what you're doing. All right. And But it's good to know at least you got people that around you. You know, the one thing that I never liked was going to work and feeling like you had stress when you got to work. When you work with certain companies that only added to your stress, you know what I mean? Only added to your, I mean, work is bad enough, stressful enough. I mean, it's hard enough because it's always demanding. You really want somebody that's in that position that's only going to make your life more miserable just because they can. And I've worked with many bosses like that that just wanted to be toxic there. And those are the worst jobs I've ever had. Is when people were just trying to be toxic, and then you had to fight the toxicity of people. Unfortunately, those are the jobs I eventually weaned away from and got out of for that reason. Because sometimes that toxicity is just it permeates the whole place. You know. Now the place I'm at now, at least there's not a lot of toxic guys in there. You know, they're not toxic. Yeah, they talk about their things, you know, but there's not a lot of toxic stuff. Where I think because we work alone. I get my instructions, I get my route, and I go and I'm gone. I'm working alone for that many hours. So oh, I'm down to five. Okay, so yeah, so I'm not with them anymore as they gave me too much stress. Yeah, like that's what I'm talking about. Yes, it was childcare. At the end of the day, I would laugh because I would think, well, your paperwork won't get done and your cutting costs in so many areas. Good luck into the future. Oh, I see. Yeah. So yeah, it just sounds like you're yeah, your paperwork on good luck in the future. Cutting costs. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, hey, if it doesn't work out for you, right, you got to find a job that's basically in alignment with you. That's bottom line, is what it is. I mean, you got to think too. I mean, with me, I mean, I've had jobs most of my life. You got to remember they pay the bills. They keep the money coming in. They got to keep they got to keep your lights on, keep your food on the plate, keep gas in your car, keep your heat and oil in for your furnace, all that stuff. Yeah, we have to pay the bills. Uh, so, but you know, one of the worst things is being in a job you hate. Yeah, just that feeling of doing a job day after day that you don't want to do anymore or don't like. It's a crappy feeling. You have to have at least have to enjoy doing what you're doing. Yeah, and so. But I've noticed one thing though. I do notice one thing as who we are, as INFJs, we do have this ability. There's something that within us that we can occasionally it helps out even subliminally. I've noticed through depending on how I am, depending on how well my empathy is. I've told you before, empathy works two ways, people. Okay, we absorb emotions. I've told you that before. Of course, early on in our life, when we're naive to it, we absorb emotions and it ruins our day. I've talked about that. But as we fine tune ourselves, as we understand who we are as INFJs, and we start to master our emotions and we master our empathy, we're able to not absorb anybody. We don't absorb it because we're aware. We detect. We understand. We can feel people's energies, feel emotions without absorbing them, without letting them eat at us, without draining us. This is an advanced mode that we go into. This is advanced, empathy as you start mastering it. But also, like I said, not only do you absorb it, because they're outputting this, they're putting out these energies, we're absorbing them, but we have a way of projecting them. We can push them out in positive, but typically it should be a positive way. Yeah, if we were dark, if we had a darkness about us, I'm sure we could do it in a dark way. I'm sure we could. But I'm talking about in a positive way, where our cause and effect will actually influence people around us. You might take a certain work atmosphere. Let's say you start a job there and you keep your composure, you keep your sense of um, who you are. You keep a good level head on your shoulders, and you keep a good the right work ethic within yourself. Now you might start seeing some of these guys that were, let's say, toxic or being in a toxic thing. They might start seeing how you are, that they'll start emulating you. People will start changing. Now, Harp, this is probably you. I'm sure you see this a lot because you're the type of guy that probably is having this. This is one of the reasons why your company must see what you're doing. Maybe you do this without even trying. Because I'm going to tell you, if you're an INFJ, we do this sometimes without even trying. If we got a good frame in our mind, a good head on our shoulders, and we have that positive feedback within ourselves, we start projecting out a good, healthy energy in a workforce, in a workplace. And sometimes you might see these guys that are slacking a little bit. Sometimes you'll see them change. You might see them start turning over like new leaves. They may not make the announcement, but they'll just start doing things slowly. It might be a slow change, and you might see things just kind of out of the corner of your eye. You don't have to address them, you don't have to say them, you just see them. You just feel it happening, that you're changing things. And a lot of that comes from us, just our presence there. And as long as it's a positive presence that we have within us, as long as we emanate a good force within us, we change things. This is whether or not we know that or not about ourselves. That is who we are, and the more defined we get, the more fine tuned we are in our life. The more we learn, the more wise we get. The more we understand this stuff. And like I said, I do see this sometimes. I've gone to places. In fact, the place I'm in now is kind of like that. I'm not saying that everybody's perfect or anything. I'm not saying that, but sometimes you do. You just see certain people, not everybody. Some people fight it. Some people don't want to go. They want to remain toxic. You know what I mean? But some people you could tell are right on the fence, and they look like they're being swayed. Either like they're getting pulled into a little bit of a toxicness, but then your influence will start influencing them as well, and you'll start seeing people change. I've seen that many times where people just start emulating you without even trying. Okay, so that's something that I've noticed. Uh, okay, I'm not with them as much as I gave anymore, as much stress. Okay, yeah, I did. I think I read that comment before as well. All right. Yeah, but that's basically what we got. Okay. See, I noticed. See, you kind of steered that, Harp. You kind of steered us. You steered us into that whole thing about your $5 raise, and it got us basically talking about work atmospheres. Okay, and I think that's a good topic. That's definitely a good topic to have, especially. I mean, I think that's one of those things that through my life I've had issues at work at some points. I've always been the type though, like I said before, I haven't lost that many jobs, only because I've always been the kind of guy that just, I mean, I was honest and like I said, trustworthy, and I'd show up every day, and yeah, I did my job, so people didn't want to lose me. I mean, I wasn't the kind of guy you'd want to lose. I had my drawbacks, but you didn't want to fire me either, you know. So that's all. But yeah, but after saying that, that's basically what I'd have to. That's my advice, is just to know that we can make an influence. We do make differences, subtle differences. They don't have to be spoken through a megaphone. We don't have to yell them. We don't have to announce them. You don't have to do it that way. Sometimes these subtle, just influencing differences in our life is where we make them. Okay, most of them, that's where we're where we excel. Okay, so hidden harp. Every time they tried flattering me, I would just stare at them like, okay, that's cute, but where's my money? Oh yeah. Are you talking about the job you're at now before they gave you the raise? Oh, they just try to, yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, it's just certain, it's almost like you got to play a little cat and mouse game with these people too, right? Yeah, sometimes I know they're always going to hope that they can get you low. They're going to try to lowball you and all that. And yeah, I'm getting to the point now though. I'm starting to see I'm at a funny point in my life now where I'm actually I'm at an age now where I've only got a matter of less than 10 years before I'm at full retirement. And I mean, even 6 or 7 years, I don't know when it's going to be, but I'm seeing that finish line getting closer. I know things start changes. I mean, once I pay the mortgage off of my house, once I finally get that done, I mean, I once I get to that point where I own the house, I figure I could just live in this house for the rest of my life if I plan to stay here, choose to stay here, and it should be bought and paid for. I mean, I'll have to pay taxes on it, maybe pay insurance, park rent, that kind of thing. But the bottom line is, I mean, I'm looking at a point now where it's getting very, very close. It's like seeing the finish line. It's literally like just seeing where the things are ending up, you know. And but we'll see how that thing goes, you know. But but that's good. At least you got yourself a decent $5 an hour raise. No doubt about that, huh? So yeah, but so okay, so we have seven watching right now. Hello, seven watching. Looks like most everybody has said hello today. Most of us. Yeah, that's good. That's awesome. Um, yeah, but well, so like I said, the plans I'm trying to get enacted here in the with the studio. It's almost like I'm, manufacturing this little slight studio, you know. But again, I mean, it's like I've always had bad luck with computers, though. Now, I wouldn't say bad luck. I've always struggled with like technology. I think because I'm so old school, I didn't adapt well. There was a time where, even up to just recently, where I kind of shied away from it. I was so old fashioned with the way I grew up. I grew up without cell phones and computers, and this wasn't for the last 25 years. But usually I was very like stubborn and stuck in my ways. And I just wanted to do things the old fashioned way. I had a boss almost tell me one time to use a GPS. I used to be the guy who would break out the old maps. If you remember that, back in the 80s, even up to the 90s, I mean, there was a time where if you had to find a place to go, you're doing a job, let's say, right? And you didn't have a GPS. You didn't just enter in coordinates on a device and that just led you there. You had to pull over every so often, and you had to have an atlas, a road map atlas. And now they used to have those ones that would have like your state, like New Hampshire, okay, like all the towns in southern New Hampshire, and you'd have them all in a certain area, but all the towns would be there, and then you'd just open it up, and there would be the glossary in your map, but you'd have to study that map. Bottom line is, I did that even up until like I would say maybe the late 2000s. And I remember I told a boss that I was comfortable like that. That's how I grew up. And he got angry at me and he gave me a GPS. He gave me a Garmin and he said, I want you to use this, you know. And I was trying to convince him that I was fine. He basically got angry at me and told me to do it, basically said to do it. I'm like, all right. So, I mean, I started using a GPS. So that's how stubborn I was with technology. I was very defiant, even just trying to learn it because I was so set in my ways. So I think in a way that came back to bite me. Now I'm trying to like learn all this stuff here. I'm getting these microphones and these webcams and then they got these apps, these apps and everything. So I guess if I had been more apt to, if I had put my put myself out there and learned a little bit more about technology, maybe I'd be a little better off. But now I'm trying to learn it on the fly because I have to in a sense. I guess that was the point I was making, how I was very old fashioned. I mean, I still am. I think, but even more so growing up because that's all I had were map books and stuff, and all this newer technology, even to me, was kind of took me by storm. You know, I know I sound old when I talk like that, but that I'm still like I carried that over from myself, I guess. But yeah, but bottom line is, I mean, I think it's in a way it's a drawback. That's what I'm getting at. But that's okay. You live and learn, I guess. That's all you can do is live and learn, right? So, But if anybody else has any concerns, any comments, so I got part of the we got a couple of our Vamp and we got Fox. We got a couple of the Breakfast Club on in here already. We're hoping to see a few more show up. You know, we got a couple more that haven't showed up. That's okay. They're probably working a little overtime, trying to get their things going. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what it is. So, um, but yeah, but as far as just as far as like I said, the channel going, like I said, that's where I'm at right now, is that. But I know I keep saying that. I've been saying that a lot, but like I said, I've been getting the equipment, and I was just trying to set it up just earlier. And so I actually got the microphone going. I'm talking into it. I'm watching the little bars go up. I'm like, hey, that's good. All right, now where is it? I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to hear it through the speaker, but somehow I have to do this where it's gonna be heard, and like when I do a broadcast or something, like if I record a video or something like that, and of course do the webcam. I mean, it's probably very easy. It's very simple for somebody who does it for like 11, who's done it many, many times. It's probably very easy for them. For me, I'm like trying to fumble around in the dark almost. You know what I mean? So, all right, give me 1 second here, people. I am going to plug in this microphone. I believe my phone has been fully charged, so I'm going to switch. Now it might blitz out for a second. Give me a second here, right? All right. Maybe not. Maybe not. Ed, how do I sound? Everything. Let me do a sound check here. I have to do a sound check now that I plugged in the. Sound check here. Sounds good. Sound check now that I plugged in the. It must sound a little better now, right? Okay, there we go. Did a sound check. Was sounding good, so that's good. All right. I figured the phone must have been fully charged at that point there. So. But yeah, if anybody wants to ask any questions, anybody got any concerns, anything like that going, we can talk about what's eating at us or whatever. But if not, we can just chill out here for a little bit and just go where things may lead. Like we typically do that around here, though, too. But again, if there's anybody new showing up, if there's anybody coming on in here and you're new to the channel, I encourage you just to say hello. Just type in a little bit of a chat. Introduce yourself. Let us know who you're at, who you are, and if you got any concerns, you got any questions, anything about the MBTI, if you're confused about life, if you are somehow beaten down and sullen and defeated, and you feel confused and just need somebody somewhere, just an embrace. I mean, metaphorically, that is. And you just need somebody to reach out to. You can do that here, okay? If you feel like you have nowhere to go, nobody understands you, nobody gets you, we'll try to make sure that happens here, okay? Yeah, we'll do that. Because, like I said before, we're like the island of misfits toys here. But we take the misfits. How about that? Huh? We're good to misfits over here, okay? How about that? And being that that's our personality type, a lot of times that's what we feel like through life, don't we? All right. But we end up finding ourselves inadvertently. Yeah. A lot of times INFJs find themselves because that's all they have to depend on. You know what I mean? That's basically so they have no choice but to find themselves because that's the best. That's all they really have to go on. As funny as that may sound right there, huh? That's the story of our lives right there. Yeah, but as far as I had a monologue I was going to come up with too. I did have one last week. I didn't put out any videos this week. I was very busy. In fact, I was kind of blocked. I got to tell you the truth, people. Sometimes I feel like in the last couple of weeks too, I've had things on my mind, but I also feel blocked sometimes. You know, that old creativity block. You must get that from time to time where, you know, you feel like you want to
you feel like you want to say things. You're trying to get things out. You want to proceed with things, but sometimes we're just kind of like it blocked in a way, like a clogged drain where you can't flow right. You know, it's like you have plenty of things to say. Your mind is always going, but for some reason, sometimes it's hard to get things out, isn't it? Yeah, I go through that quite a bit. Occasionally, I think it's called, what do they call that? Creativity block. There's certain things they call that, and I think a lot of times, oh yeah, that's another thing. It's over over analysis paralysis. That's it. Yeah, sometimes you overanalyze things and you overdo things. Sometimes it's hard to get things out. It's hard to just think about certain things, but that's okay, you know. But I think sometimes that's where I go, you know. But what jars me out of it, especially what jars me out is mainly just is when I find that stillness again. And sometimes I think like things happen, things come to me a lot of times in those stillness, those still moments. I think a lot of times it's that hustle and bustle of things that's going on, and I'm thinking about a lot of different things. I tend to lose it a little bit, but at the same time, I think it's but this, by having solitude again kind of gets me out of it. That's all. But okay, so well, I was going to talk about something today. I was going to talk about how, you know, funny thing is it'll happen. It'll just happen. Okay. So, but it's getting kind of quiet out there. Everybody's doing all right. I got a couple of comments out there. This has been kind of a quiet night so far. I noticed it's now last week it's funny. I did a live last week and I went vertical. For some reason, when I do these vertical lives, it just opens up a whole bunch of different avenues in a way. A whole bunch of different people come in, almost like the algorithm changes. I decided to go vertical again tonight. Just do it regular vertical. But a lot of times that's what happens though, is that things just change. Things start, happening, you know. But last week I was talking about the fundamental reason why we get so depressed in general is and why I don't know if I've heard that. I don't know if you remember what I said last week. Is just basically is just the fact that we are, for the most part, we are so overly conditioned by the world that we're in conflict with the world. We're not the conformists. Like I was talking earlier about how a lot of times people don't introspect. We don't have that depth. A lot of people don't have that depth. All right. And preparing breakfast. No, for the breakfast club at 10:30. Oh, that's right. It must be 10:30 in the morning for you. That's right. Of course, it's tomorrow morning. Of course, that's all right. No, but the thing is, I mean, we're in constant conflict. I mean, a lot of times our entire angst, especially early on in our life, our early moments of our life, we're constantly bombarded with absurd things, with just culturally hypnotic things. In a sense, like we're trying to be hypnotized. I think in so many ways, most people are in a trance. I think in a lot of ways we find ourselves drifting into these trances, but we feel like that's where we're supposed to be because everybody else is going that way, but we can't. And then it causes us confusion in us. It causes us pain because of the confusion. And of course we have a lot of peer pressure telling us that you're not going with the flow. You're not like everybody. You're supposed to be a certain way. You're supposed to think a certain way. But INFJs don't do that. We're so much of we go against the grain, causing us so much of our own confusion. But this came to me. I started talking about that last week, how that came to me one day, that's the majority of our conflict. And this is one of the reasons why it forces us to retreat inward and become introverted as we are. And we have no choice but to leave the madness of the world, leave the craziness of the words, the spoken words, everything. the craziness of the people around us, and we try to isolate just to find that inner sanctuary once again of our own mind. But being that we're built this way, we are just built that way. We're rare. We're very rare in commodity. We're not the ones that conform. We don't just go down the way of the world, basically. All right, yeah, and that's so. All this causes us to be confused and gives us the pain that we are in through most of our life. That's mainly what it is. But that was like an epiphany in a sense. It finally took. It's like because most of my life early on, that's exactly what was going on with me. And I kept drifting away from that thing, trying to find my own way, like we all do, because we're just not conforming. We can't go down the path everybody else is going down, and it's just something we can't conform to. Yeah, so yeah, but that was something I was talking about last week. But so what do we got here? It's kind of late, but I just haven't decided. Oh, haven't decided what to cook for breakfast? Is it bacon and eggs or is it a bowl of cereal? Huh? It could be either one, right? Yeah, but that was mainly what I was. So that was a big major revelation I had last week, you know. But I think too is that, I mean, sometimes I think as we change, as we authenticate too, as we start going through changes in our life, and we start seeing things differently. And I think a lot of that had to be why I'm starting to see, like, you know, the old saying 2020. No, hindsight is 2020. That's what it is. When you're seeing things that you've already done, and you've seen the way they unfolded, it seems you're seeing them better. It's clear. It's like 2020. Because you've already done them, and now all of a sudden, because it's already happened, you're basically seeing it clear as a bell. And if you made the mistakes during that time, you know what mistakes led to because you've already done them. Now all of a sudden you're trying to tell yourself, I should have done this, should have done that, right? But bottom line is, yeah, your whole perception changes because now you're starting to look at your hindsight, your life that you had, and you realize where you were and what was going through your mind at that time. And then it becomes clear, this is why these things were happening to me. Yeah, this is why you ended up going down these certain roads and doing the things you did and making the decisions that you did because you were very unclear about your course at the time. So, hey, Jethro just came on in the house there. Hello there, Personality Pill. How are you, Jethro? Good to see you again there, guy. How's it going? Fist bump, man. I would take it. You probably just maybe get out of work. Maybe just get out of doing what you're doing. I know you said you were starting a couple new jobs. I know you were talking about that before as well. So I know you probably you're busy trying to get caught up with things, which is good, man. That's good. All right, awesome. Good to see you in the house, Jethro. Actually, I didn't want to say it, but we were kind of waiting for you. I mean, we didn't want to make a big announcement. We did. Accidentally fell asleep. Oh, okay. Well, you must have been exhausted, dude. I mean, come on, man. Yeah, sometimes we get tired as hell. We just things drain us. Yeah. Matter of fact, I was just watching a video about how INFJs, how we get drained, and how we go through most of our life being drained, and it's just all the stuff that we talk about. It's because we're very fragile in a sense, emotionally. I mean, we have a fragility about us, as strong as we are, and how badass we can be as far as our emotions go. And we do. We get very fortified. We get very, very strong-minded. And of course, through the course of, we do. All right? But on the flip side, on the paradox of that, we have a very fragile emotional side as well. It's this very strong, badass part of us yet fragile. But that fragility of us is just is what drains us a lot of times. It's what keeps us always. Gosh, we have to feel a lot of times we're absorbing we're absorbing things around us. We're constantly we're in battles. We're doing battles in our mind so many times, and battles in ourselves. Now, I got to tell you the truth, though. It does get better as you get older. Now, I keep saying that, but I think the reason it gets so much better as you get older too, is that you find so much contentment with yourself that you're not seeking validation anymore. Because when I was younger, I was always looking for, somebody, something. I was looking, even though I wanted my alone time. Of course, you always wanted to find validation. I got to a point now where I don't need that anymore. So the more alone I spend, the less likely you are to be drained. You know what I mean? So in a sense, the more content you are by yourself and the more you're able to spend time alone, you're not being drained because of that. So I guess being that it's almost a double-edged sword in a sense, right? But yeah, now that's definitely that's something that I would imagine it's going to happen. You accidentally fell asleep there, yeah. But hey, I'm sure you're busy. Either way, it's probably work. I know you've been talking about different things about you got to get caught up with bills and things like that. So hey, that's good. Oh no. Yeah. That's all right, But yeah, it's been kind of a slow night so far. We're down to 4 watching, 5 watching. It hasn't been a really big night here, but I was just trying to get things put together. I've actually been putting my microphone together. Let me check this out. See this little thing right here? I don't have it quite ready yet. It's one of these, I can't, I'm getting to the point where it's like, so anyway, I could talk into the mic, you know what I mean? Just kind of talk into it. But it's telescopic. It's like goes back in a spring and everything, But so eventually I got to work on getting that all hooked up and everything, and a webcam. And I just started putting that together just hours before I went live here. So I started plugging it in. I was doing little tests here and there, but I didn't get enough time to really get it going. But Saturdays, the weekends are like my only real time I have to tinker with things like that. So that's one of the things I had to do. But so, yeah, that'll eventually that'll all unfold as I get things going too as well. So that's good. So, but accidentally fell asleep. Yeah, I don't know. Can you accidentally fall asleep, or do you just? Does anybody fall asleep on purpose? Yeah. The radio host. Tom Omega, the radio host. Yeah, kind of like that. I know, get the microphone going. It's not the golden EIB microphone, but it's close, right? Yeah. I don't know if you call it radio host. It's more like a YouTube host, Oh, I want to talk a little bit about something that dawned on me in a way. Welcome to the INFJ Experience. Yes, exactly. So, well, I know. See, that's what a microphone does. Just putting that microphone in there makes it a little more believable, doesn't it? Just seeing that thing stretch in there and you got that in front of you. Yeah, that makes it solidifies it in a way. It makes it more real, doesn't it? Yeah, I know. If you're tired enough. Oh yeah, if you're tired enough. I was talking. We were talking early in the week, talking about how, when you do radio or even YouTube, it may not seem it in a way, but it was dawning on me. Now I'm a small guy. I'm very small as far as like my radio, as far as my YouTube influence. I'm still relatively small. Now, I'm not as small as I was a year ago. After a couple months, it took me a little bit of time just to get to this point now. So I built up a little something, but I consider myself a small radio YouTuber, I should say. But bottom line is still the same. As you get to do like live stream media and you get your face out there, whether you know it or not, you become a semi celebrity in a sense. And I don't mean that because I'm trying to just face reality and face the actual realness of what it is. Now, it may seem smaller to me, but you're getting yourself out there. Your face is out there. People are seeing you live around the world. Yeah. Maybe it's a small fringe group. It's not massive. I'm not seeing millions of people. It's not like an Elvis concert. Not like that last hour. Not like that. Not like the Beatles. I get it. It's very fringe. But still, I mean, you're becoming a minor celebrity when you're a YouTuber. And but there must be a point to what I was going to say. No, but it was just a realization that I think sometimes you have to take that into consideration that it may be just a fringe thing, but I mean, years ago, all you had were radio stations, and you had AM radio, you had television stations, and that was you. And these were professional broadcasters. This whole mainstream media, where everybody has a phone, everybody has an ability to connect, and depending on your ability to captivate an audience, captivate a certain a genre of people, depends on your ability just to connect with people in general. I mean, that's the ones that succeed, the ones that want to progress. But it did dawn on me. It's like, in a sense, because I look at some of these YouTube channels and some of the bigger ones, like you got ones that have millions of subscribers, and you see the ones that are ones that have a broad scope. I mean, these guys, or whoever they may be, are, like I said, they're minor celebrities in a sense. In a sense, you become famous in some little fringe way. You really are. But my point is, why am I saying that? I mean, there's got to be a point to that. I mean, it's just an observation that I'm saying. It's just like, it's just kind of like it dawns on you, realizing that whether you're trying to or not, I mean, part of it is you want a message, you have a platform, you have a way of offering a free platform to the world. And you have something valuable you want to tell people. And you have this way of doing it now. But in some way you become fringely famous. How about we call that fringely famous? Hey, now there's something for a T-shirt. Fringely famous. Like, you're famous, but not quite fully. Not like a massive superstar. You're just kind of a little bit, because you're out there. You're out there, but you're a fringe guy. I don't know. Just something to think about. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's basically what I feel like happens sometimes. For anybody that might think that's anything. Well, tonight's been kind of an intimate night as far as support goes. So sounds like I got the core here. Now last week was different. Like I said, it was a vertical, and it seems like I attracted in lots of people. Last week was bizarre. It's like hundreds of people passed through all of a sudden, and tonight's kind of a quiet night. Like I said, it was the vertical, but so I don't know. Just like I said, some little observation I thought about, the fringely famous, if that means anything or whatnot, So, yeah, but it's nice to see that it is May finally. In my part of the world, it's starting to get it's starting to at least feel like May. In Vamp's part of the world, though, it's probably starting to feel like fall. Probably going through her autumn down there, right? I would imagine. So, yeah, but that's pretty much it. That's what we got going on today, as far as that goes. So, I just keep thinking I'm just keep thinking I might get a few more people coming in here, but that's all right. It is what it is. It's kind of a quiet night right now. But now I do have some other plans too, as far as once I start getting once I start getting more established on this channel here, I mean, I'm still trying to focus on this one. Once I get all this equipment going, once I finally figure out how to do this stuff, I might want to make another channel, maybe some other topic or something. But that's something I won't talk about too much. That's something in the future. There's so many things I got too many plans going. As you can see, I'm always spouting off plans. Oh, I want to do this. I want to do that. It's like I got big dreams. I always get, but that's typical, isn't it? I mean, I'm kind of voicing a lot of what my mind wants to project out all the time. Always get those future oriented goals going constantly. And I do have those. I catch myself doing that constantly. Always get the future things going. But the thing is, enacting them is another thing, making them happen. I noticed one thing with me, I can never do things right away. It's like I take things in like small steps. Again, it's like that sloth brain. You know, a lot of times I think with me, it's like I got a plan, I got to think it over, and then I have to make sure it starts to get instituted. Like I've been talking about getting like equipment now for months now, but I was very like hold offish. I was holding off because, you know, a lot of it is, you know, the finances and things like that, and just you know, being afraid to spend money because I'm really gotten like that, getting very frugal with money too. You know what I mean? But finally, I have to put that aside. But things are progressing forward. Like I said, I finally got to the point I was starting to experiment with the microphone and trying to get that to work and all that finally, you know. So, you know, things are moving in the right way. But again, I'm just going to have to keep working at it. That's all I can do. Let's see. It's weird. I just can't believe it's May. Soon it will be my brother's birthday. Then my birthday next month. Oh, okay. A couple birthdays. Your brother and you, huh? Pretty much must have similar close birthdays then, huh? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, I already had mine earlier in the year, but that's good. So, but you close with your brother, are you, Vamp? I mean, it sounds like I think you mentioned your brother before. You're close with him, right? You got a good relationship with your brother? Oh, no, I would imagine so, huh? That's good. I'm still here just working. Oh, that's right. Harp's still working out there then, huh? No, that's fine. That's fine. My birthday is in August, and I am happy I don't have to share my ice cream cheesecakes anymore. Ice cream cheesecakes. Good gosh. Yeah, you might want to do a few extra crunches at the gym after you eat that stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just a few more to burn off those calories from that. Sounds good, but whoa, yeah. Definitely something's got to keep you up a little longer at the gym, I would think. Definitely. Oh, that's good. That's good. Everybody's got a birthday, right? So, oh yeah. Yeah. So we got 7 watching. That's good. That's good. Hey, does anybody have any rabbit holes you want to jump into as far as like now listen, anything happen to anybody this week that now we talked about getting a $5 raise. We're talking about birthdays. Yeah, if anybody's like I said, anybody new out there has any kind of concerns. Now, if there's anybody brand new out there, yeah, come on in, introduce yourself, say hello, and let us know what's on your mind, okay? On your tired, troubled mind, and give us a shot. Give me a shot here. You never know. You never know. We might learn something from each other. You know what I mean? Because I like to learn as much as I like to, think I learn from others as well. Okay. It's one of the very obnoxious. Oh, he's very obnoxious, so he tends to think he knows everything. It's always been a love-hate relationship. Oh, you got one of those brothers too, huh? Okay. Listen, I think you got to remember too, just dealing with siblings. I mean, I've had 5 older brothers, and I'm the youngest. I think I've told you that story before, but my brother was the same way. I mean, I got an older brother. Yeah, and he always felt like he always had this attitude. He was, just he was just a little bit better than I was, a little bit smarter. And if I tried to make a point, then it didn't really make sense or unless he put his spin on it, until he put his take on it, and then it made it right. So, but then again, my mom, I felt like favored certain brothers too. Never. It was kind of obvious too. She favored a certain brother, even amongst not just me, but my other brothers too. And but the thing is this, right? He, my brother that did that, right? He had a way about him where he knew how to, let's say, deceive my mom. He had a way of just, like being very two-faced, where he would suck up. He would just be very like polite and do certain things for my mom just to get in favor. But behind the scenes, he was just as, he was underhanded and he was sideways. He was a snake. But my mom didn't see that side. She only seen the side that he was showing to her. So he had her fooled and had her eaten out of the palm of his hands, kind of thing. So she favored him. But I knew how he was in the real outside world. He was not the same at all. Very, very tooth-faced. But my mom believed it, and she had to have the favorite. So I don't know, just things I noticed over the course of my life. You know what I mean? So ice cream cheesecake, yeah, sounds good, definitely. The one I get along with is in November. Oh, you got a couple of brothers though, Vamp, right? Yeah, a couple. So one's the obnoxious one, one's another one. All right. My brother is too dumb to be deceptive. You tell me many stories. That's your twin brother. That's your twin brother, Harp. I know that. Yeah, he's too dumb to be deceptive. uh, yeah, he sounds like I said, you two got the polar opposite personalities too. Yeah, that must be very interesting. Yeah, and your twin brothers too. Yeah, that must be something else. Um, I can only imagine what he says about you. You know what I mean? So he's too dumb to be deceptive. No, my brother was he was smart, but like I said, he just knew how to he just knew how to fool my mom. I mean, yeah, he did little things for her. He'd do little favors, and he'd always, he was the type he'd invent things, stupid things, just and my mom would just think, it was all because he'd give her, oh, look what I made for you, Ma. Oh, look at this, oh, that's great, and then, of course, he was always sucking up to some, always trying to be in good favor of my mom. Meanwhile, he was, like I said, two-faced. I saw the behind the scenes. So, whatever he says about me, he gets mad when I'm not listening. Yeah. Yeah. I've gotten to the point now where, gosh, I see my brother. I see my brother maybe once every year now. And that's if I decide to do that. I mean, I don't even really see them all that often. So, that's always delicious too. I've had ice cream. Oh yeah, now talk about that ice cream cheesecake. Yeah. No, that just sounds like it's really really tasty. But my gosh, talk about calories and cholesterol. Pretty soon you got to start watching out for cholesterol and all that stuff. I've gotten to the point now where I might hoover down some ice cream because I love ice cream. I'm like a junkie when it comes to ice cream, and I might hoover that stuff. You know what I mean? I'll take a pint of that and at least eat a half of it, right? Half a pint of ice cream, and then like a week later, I feel like my cholesterol went up. Like I feel sluggish because I actually I have issues with cholesterol. I'm on meds for that. I'm supposed to be very careful of that now. Okay, I'm very prone to it, and so I'm on the meds. So I got to be careful. But I always figured because I was on the meds, it would kind of balance it. Even though you're on the meds, you still got to take it and you still got to eat right. Because if you eat too much fatty foods, it'll catch up to you. So I noticed that after I eat like the ice cream, I notice like things change. Like I feel sluggish. Like even days after, like I feel like I got to start understanding these cues. Like I feel like Even my skin gets a little more like, I feel like I get itchier. Like when the cholesterol starts spiking, I notice like I get a little itchy. Things change. I just feel it in my body doesn't feel right. And so I have to, but when I reduce it, when I come back down to it, when I eat better and I eat healthy and I cut out all the cholesterol food, I notice that my body comes down and gets a little more like normal. So yeah, something I got to be careful of now. So I'm just thinking like cholesterol, like I'm thinking cheesecake ice cream. Gosh, tasty, but well, probably not the best for you, in the long run. So that's something I'd have to watch out for myself. I'd have to factor that in. Hey, that's what happens when you get older. It just does. That's always, oh yeah. So, but it does, it was tempting though, just to bring that up though, right? I mean, yeah, we're still subject to all those physical ailments that we may or may not get, you know what I mean? That's all. We still have to think about all that stuff, right? So, things I used to take for granted. Hey, I used to take that stuff for granted when we were kids. We don't care. When you're younger, it doesn't matter. In fact, that stuff doesn't start creeping up to you, catching up to you till you're like in your late 40s or 50s anyway. And again, everybody's different. Some people have they can be way more susceptible to having the high cholesterol. And other people, it doesn't affect them at all. And it doesn't affect them. It's funny how people are different. I mean, we got many different personality types and we act different, but there's so many different body types too. I mean, people are different in more ways than one. I mean, that's kind of obvious. I mean, sometimes, just physical appearances, physical structures and all that. That's one thing. But also you got the way people process their physicality. I mean, some people process food better and you got other people too. Like, you get the different body types. Some people have those ectomorphic body types. I think there's 3 main body types as well. We talk about personality types all the time, but there's you've heard of ectomorphic, there's enzomorphic, and there's endomorphic body types. And each one of them you can have traits of either one. You could have half of this type and half of another. I believe the endomorphic is the one that's a naturally physical body, like almost naturally muscular, where they look actually lean, like they're just naturally that way. Then you have the ectomorphic ones that they're more apt to retain fat. They're usually the ones that will put weight on very easy. You know what I mean? And then I think you have I think it's the ectomorphic. Those are the ones that are like they're thin, the thin ones. They don't have a lot of body weight. They're tall, they're thin, and they have a very high metabolism. You ever see those tall, skinny ones that seem like they can eat anything they want, never gain weight? Yeah, those are the body types too. So it's funny how there's different body types, just like there's different personality types. So I think I have a cross between an ectomorphic and an enzomorphic body type, where I feel like I have a naturally muscular body, but at the same time, I feel like I'll retain body fat, and I have to watch what I eat, right? I mean, I'm not the tall, thin type, I'm not that wiry type that can eat anything and have a high metabolism. So I think sometimes you can have a kind of a cross between the two, body types. But being that HARP, I mean, that's something that physical trainers know things like this. They can actually base certain exercise regimens and certain diet regimens based upon people's body types. And they can get a good read on how much like their body fat percentages are and what their height and weight proportionates are, how many calories they take in and how they burn them. I mean, I know we change over the course of our life, but we have different body types. Yep, that's me, ha. But I'm strong like a cheetah. I have ectomorphic. Okay, so you are the ectomorphic. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Sometimes I forget which ones are which. I know it's all it was ecto, endo, and and ectomorphic, endomorphic, and enzomorphic, or something like that. I know there's three main ones. I mean, it's just like the first beginning part that tells you like what they are. I forget. Sometimes I forget which ones are which. You know what I mean? But you're strong like a cheetah. Yeah. So, but I always had, like I said, I had the cross between the natural. I had a natural muscular body. Like I could get muscular, get very strong. In fact, when I was young, I could be very strong. The work I was doing, I was like very strong for my. Well, I can't say for my size. I'm kind of a big guy, but I also, like I said, I could retain fat if I ate wrong. But if I worked out and I ate really good, I got chiseled many times. I mean, well, I got ripped. I did that a couple times in the gym. You know, I haven't done it lately, but I got ripped a few times. Like I'm going to the gym a lot. Back in the Chad years, I should say. You know what I mean? But yeah, but I mean that's what I mean. You know, the human. It's funny how the human mind is, the human body is, the human being is so different. There's some, you know, we're all one race, one people, or several races, I should say. But yeah, we're so different when it comes to different things, not just personalities, but bodies as well. Well, there's something else, you know. But all right. See, that kind of just, I don't know where that led. That just kind of bounced down a little rabbit hole, you know. But that was stuff I used to study up on a whole bunch, you know, back about 20, 25 years ago, especially. I started watching a lot about that. And I started learning a lot about, like, you know, physical fitness and health and things like that. And, and so I guess I learned a lot about the different body types and stuff. So. Hey, Lish. Hello, Lish. Lish just came into the house. Good to see her out there. All right. So we're just, I've always been definitely definitely between mes and endomorphic. Oh, okay. See, you're kind of a cross between the two like that. Yeah. All right. Yes, Lish. Hello. How are you? Good to see you doing. Hey, Tom. Peace and blessings. All right. So what's the good word? How's everything going, Lish? You doing all right? I would think so. That's good. Well, you got to talk to us a little bit first, obviously. Yeah. How long have you been here? 2 hours already. Yeah, 2 hours went by fairly quick already. It's a little after 9 o'clock. I've been here for 2. Yes, Vamp. Yes, ectomorphic kind of sucks as a bodybuilder. Yeah, that's the one that retains the body fat, right? Yeah, but the thing is, I guess there's some pros and cons to everything. I guess if you were a bodybuilder with an ectomorphic body type, being that you could retain body fat, but the thing is too, those are the ones that will bulk up. Those are the ones that get very powerful. You know what I mean? Now you got the endomorphic is the one that's the natural body. That's the natural muscular physique is the endomorphic, I believe. And or is that the meso? Maybe that's the maybe that's the mesomorph. I think that's what it is. Excuse me. I'm getting crossed up. It's been a while since I'm mixing up the different body type. I think it's mezzo. Mezzo or mesomorphic is the one that is the natural physical specimen. It's like these are the types that don't have to do much and they stay naturally like lean, you know. That's that body type right there. Yeah, now that would be just that would probably be the most ideal one for bodybuilding, but you got to figure the ectomorphic, the body that retains the fat. These are the ones when they work out though, they're the ones that can get very powerful because they have a tendency to, put on the weight if they eat. But if they're working out, if they're bodybuilding, these are the ones that get massive. I mean, the strong ones. Those are those. You ever see those strongmen competitions? You ever see those guys? And they're like pulling like locomotives. They're pulling them on the train tracks, or maybe they're pulling them with their teeth. Those guys they're not chiseled. They got like a beer belly, not a beer belly. They got like a gut, but they're built. They're really big, and they get their legs look like tree trunks. You know, it would almost tell me that those are like those ectomorphic body types. But when you're working out, this you get the power. The muscles really build too because they're putting on that weight, but they're super strong. You know, those make those good, strongmen competition kind of deals. So I don't know. That's what it seems like to me. I would think that would be the best type right there. You know. Hey Vamp. Hey Jethro. Yes, Lish is saying hello. What I gain when I gain fat, I look like those worms from Men in Black. Oh, I. It's been so long since I've seen that movie. I don't. Yeah, it's been a long time. I can't quite remember who the worms. The worms from Men in Black. Yeah, I can't remember what those look like. Yeah, I know that was an odd movie. Yeah, that was quite the time. That was back in the '90s. That movie came out, right? They're throwing refrigerators. LOL. Oh yeah, those strongmen. Yeah, they're doing all sorts of stuff. You ever see what is it? The Scottish Highland Games is where they throw telephone poles, right? They throw like tree trunks and they lunge them or launch them with. They got the Scottish games. They do that stuff. But yeah, they're throwing refrigerators. Oh, they're flipping those big tires, those big old tires that they flip. Yeah, they're doing that stuff, and they're just doing all sorts of stuff, right? But yeah, it's amazing. Or they're pulling freight trains too. They're pulling like box cars. They got the train tracks. There's no locomotive on them, and they get the thing, and they're just pulling that thing, and they all they have to do is drag it like what 50 feet, 100 feet, or whatever it is. They have to drag it a certain distance, and then they move on to the next thing. But I guess my point is that yeah, those are you can tell there's the bodybuilder types that are all chiseled and everything, and then you get the ones that are the strong men, but they always have those. They're just built different. You can tell they're stronger. They tend to have more of a gut than the other ones do. I guess that was the point I was making. No. Hidden or not. Oh, not sure what that means. Okay. Yeah, hey Lish. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, see, I guess I didn't know where this. I honestly didn't know where we were going to steer today, as far as that goes. I just didn't know what rabbit holes we were going to jump down. But yeah, I mean, like I said, we'll talk about a little bit about everything. I mean, understanding personality type isn't all doesn't have to consume every aspect of our conversations here. I mean, but still, we want to make sure that we're talking about something, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I always felt like I said when I was a tire guy, that was probably like I felt like I was one of those guys, and like almost like just naturally, I had gotten very very strong because I was doing tire work for a long time. In fact, I used to do the heavy OTR tires, the off road tires, right? And I would stand those things up from being on the floor many times, even mounted, even after I put them together. Now they're on a rim and they're aired up. They weren't just like a tire. They had the rim on them. And I stood them up. I had to get them from the ground level and stand them up with a rim on them. And I had done that many times during the day. And of course, doing truck tires, just doing regular truck tires, you're changing the tires, you're putting them on there, and now you had to stand them up. So even just regular truck tires with a rim on them, I had to stand them up, air them up, put them back on the truck. And I did that for years. And that was my job, was to constantly pick tires up from a laying down position with rims on them. And that was my job. So yeah, I'd gotten very strong. My back was very powerful. Everything. My arms were like, yeah, they were all chiseled and everything. Yeah, then I got old. Well, I think I'm still powerful to an extent, but not like I was. I mean, I was a bull. I was a bull once. I really was. I really gained fat though. Oh no, that's good. That's good. I feel like I can, if I let myself go, I can put weight on if I don't take care of myself. I feel like the only way I can is watch that is to eat good. I mean, I have to watch what I eat. Of course, work out and everything. As long as I stay working, stay busy, stay healthy, I'll stay in shape. You know, but I do. I have to make a conscious effort not to eat certain foods. You know, like if I eat cheesecake, ice cream, yeah, it might taste good, but like I said, I pay for it. I pay for it for like days after. I feel like I get sluggish. I know it's in my bloodstream. I feel like it's affected my whole body. I feel it now. Again, it never used to do that when I was younger. I noticed things change. I noticed things change when you start pushing your late 50s into your 60s. Your whole body changes. In fact, you're almost encouraged to start eating better food as you get older. Though you don't process junk food very well anymore. It makes you sluggish. It wears you down. It messes with the digestive system because you're all changing. I mean, typically, we change anyway. Our mind changes, our health change, our body changes. Everything's going through. Our digestive systems are changing. Our bloodstreams are changing. Everything, and you realize that you're almost better off eating good food. Like you have to. It's just if you want to feel good, if you want to get up every day and feel just normal, you have to eat good food when you get older, especially. I mean, things we take for granted when we're younger. But hopefully all you remember that, yeah. You know, that you can't keep going eating hamburgers at McDonald's. I haven't done that in years anyway, but carbs are bad, so bad it stores all the carbs. Well, yeah, carbs. Yeah, but it depends on the carbs that you have. Carbohydrates are that's the fuel. I mean, that your body burns. I mean, so many people are like, we need to eliminate carbs, right? They talk about that. But if you're doing something strenuous, if you're doing your job, if you have a strenuous job and you have to burn off a lot of calories, you do need carbs just to function right, or you're not going to feel right. But the thing is, you have to make sure the carbs you're putting in your body are healthy carbs, good carbs. I mean, there's certain carbs that are not good and certain ones that are. You got to get the clean burning carbs. Like potatoes are good for that. Like your starchy vegetables, like rice. Rice. I mean, there's certain things that are good for your body. They're good ways you cook them too. If you're going to carb up. You ever see what a marathon runner eats before they go on a 26-mile run when they go on a marathon? They have no choice but to carb up, sometimes 2-3 days ahead of time. Now, they can't run on a full stomach, so they have to pre-carb up, and they get their carbs days earlier, okay? But because it's just the way they get a regiment going. They'll eat like pasta, they'll eat like potatoes, they'll eat bread. They eat certain carbs that they have to because they know they're going to run a marathon. But again, they have to do it days earlier. These carbs still hold over. Now, they might eat something lighter for that day so they're not all cramping up as they run 26-something miles and they're doing the Boston Marathon or whatever they're doing, right? And but the thing is, they have no choice but to carb them up because that's the fuel that they're running on. Yeah? So carbs aren't bad. It's how people use carbs. It's the empty carbs that make them bad, and sometimes that's what's going on. I mean, it's the carbs that just are eaten for pleasure, but not necessarily for what the right thing. Let's say. So I guess it depends on how you're eating them and how much you're eating them in one sitting, and if you're actually burning them off properly. So. But again, it's how you have them and how much you have of them is what makes them good or bad. Okay, carbs are bad, so bad it stores all the carbs. Yeah, but like I said, yeah, they are to an extent. But sometimes we need carbs. I mean, that is actually the fuel. I mean, that's almost like saying gasoline is not good for a car. I mean, but. I mean, maybe that's a poor an example. I mean, gasoline is basically that's how the car moves, right? I mean, with us, I mean, yeah, we need, being that we have so many diversities, I mean, yeah, we got to have that protein. And of course, you got to have a lot of the vegetables. But certain vegetables aren't the starchy ones. I mean, you can't really get the same carbohydrates out of string beans and carrots that you do a starchy one like potatoes or yams. Yams and potatoes are more like a starchy carbohydrate. All right. There's other carbohydrates and like fruits too. Now fruit is good carbohydrates too, but they're not the same. They're more like a sugar based. They're more like a sugar based carbohydrate. Like they were a quick burst. Like you don't see too many of these marathon runners like eating like too much fruit. I mean, fruit is good for you. It's like I said, it's more sugar though. It's more juicy. It's got those juices, but it doesn't have that same complex carbohydrate that a yam would. Potatoes. I can't think that there's quite a few others. Like I said, the grains are good. Certain grains, multi-grain cereals, yeah, things like that. Those are your good ones. Oatmeal. Oatmeal is actually a good carbohydrate too. Depending on how it's made as well. As long as you don't add all those milk and sugar and brown sugar. If you're eating it just to be like just brown, like oatmeal, it's a good carbohydrate. Avocado. Yeah, avocado is a carbohydrate. I know it's high in fat, even though it is even though it's a, I guess it's considered is that a fruit or a vegetable? I think an avocado is considered a fruit because of the way it is. I know it's got that big pit, but it's high in fat. It's got but it's a healthy fat. It's one of the more healthy fats that you'll get from something that's not not animal based. So it's not, obviously it doesn't have cholesterol in it, but it's a healthy fat, kind of like olive oil, but yeah. But also avocados are they high in? I know they're high in calorie because of their fat content, but I think they're more of a. But are they a carbohydrate as well? They must have some carbohydrates. I'm sure there's a certain percentage of them in there. Yeah, but again, I mean, in certain doses, I'm sure avocados are good for you. Yeah, but and brother, I did see him hidden. My brother went to see our dad. Oh, okay. Carbs are so bad. Well, like I said, we're talking about food here. That's good though. The same as my younger brother. He barely gains weight. He did once when he. Oh, okay. Being that. Oh, all right. Eventually passed away. Oh, who did? Who's the same? Your younger brother? He did when he's young ones, but he hit puberty. Our mom getting sick and cancer, then eventually passed away. I moved away. Oh, your mom. I think that's what you told me. You lost your mom. She passed away. Is that what it was, Vamp? Okay. I am allergic to avocados. Okay. I inherited my mom's butt. LOL. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, I got a funny story for you. Hey, you want to hear a story? Here's one of those old stories when I was on the run. I got one for you. This goes way back. I must have been 17 or 18 years old, and I was in California, of all places. In fact, I told you I ran away from home. I ran out to California, right? And I believe I was hitchhiking back to San Diego, and I was up in it was a long story. My brother and his girlfriend, they ended up splitting up. They got into a big old fight. My brother took off when I was up in Spokane, Washington. And then his girlfriend didn't want to be with me either. So she kind of she got a ride from a trucker and she went by herself. So I was stuck there alone. So I had to get back to San Diego. So I was hitchhiking. And I was up in the Sacramento area, maybe the Northern California area. And it was summertime. And I think I woke up in the morning. I think I had a knapsack and a tent, and I'd throw a tent, right? And I got up and I was hungry, and I was trying to hitchhike, and I was walking down, I think it was I-5, or I was walking down, I can't remember what route it was. And anyway, I saw this this like orchard, like way up ahead. Like maybe it was looked like a mile ahead. And I thought, hey, there's something on that. That looks like a fruit tree. There was something on there. I could see like something was growing on it. Like I thought it was pears or apples, or I thought it was something. I couldn't figure out what it was, right? So I kept walking and walking, and it got closer and closer. And I can't remember. Now I'm hungry. And I'm hungry to the point where I'm going to pick something off a tree and eat it. Okay? Because I didn't have a lot of food out there. So I'm walking and finally get closer and closer. And I got up to the tree, and sure enough, it was an avocado tree. But they were not ripe avocados. And I kept thinking, how do I eat one of these? I mean, it's got that thick, that's got that green skin on there. And it's not ripe anyway. It's like a immature, underdeveloped avocado anyway. And I'm like, I walked all this way thinking I'm starving. I need something to eat. And I kept walking and to find an avocado tree of just unripened avocados. Yeah, that was the story of my life, It is what it is. But I lived and learned, But I wouldn't say I'm allergic to avocados, but when I think of avocados, I think of that time where I was deceived by the avocado tree. How do you like that? And I was starving too. I was looking forward to something to eat, and that's what it was. Now, even though you're starving, how do you eat an unripe avocado? I mean, you got a pit it's mostly pit anyway. I mean, how is it that the pit in an avocado is so big? It's like it's bigger than a golf ball, that thing. And it's out of proportion. The avocado isn't that big. It's probably a little bigger than an apple. It's kind of more like a pear shape. It's not much to it. What's the idea of that huge pit in there? Why is that? Well, is that necessary? Is it really? I don't know. Hey, speaking of that, right? Now this gets me into another rabbit hole. You ever see that movie, Oh God? Remember that movie, Oh God? It was John Denver was in it, and George Burns. Remember, it was just George Burns. He had the cigar, and he had the regular. It was just him being him, George Burns. And I think John Denver asked him if he ever made a mistake, if he ever did anything he made a mistake on. And what did he say? I made the avocado pit too big. Now that I think of it, that was what God said he did wrong. He made that was his mistake. And then I think he said something like, yeah, and I think I made the giraffe neck too long too. I think those are the only two things he said, but he said the avocado pit was too big. So, hey, God made a mistake on that one too, right? It's like a mango too. Oh, mangoes. Yeah, I've tasted avocados and I'm happy. I don't like the flavor because I'm not crazy about them. Hey, listen, I've had the, what's that stuff they call, what's that stuff they put on like salsa? You take the avocado, I'm thinking of it. What's that called again? I can't even think of it. Somebody must know. It's like you scoop it out, you mix it with other spices, and you put it on like on your nachos. They use it in like those Spanish restaurants. Guacamole. Yeah, that's it. Guacamole. Thank you. I couldn't think of guacamole. That's it. Yeah. I'm okay with guacamole sometimes, as long as it's mixed in with like if I have it on like I said, nachos or things like that. It's good that way. I'm okay with it, but I won't, even eating it whole just as is. I'm not crazy about avocado right that way. So the biggest mistake God made was making a mosquito. Yeah, that was kind of a bummer, wasn't it? Those pesky mosquitoes, I tell you, you can't get away from them, can they? They're just certain times of year. Yeah, they just make your life miserable. Them things, don't they? There's a reason why they're there, but it is what it is. I wish definitely a mistake there, huh? But, yeah, it's like a mango too, guacamole. Yeah, but yeah, but that was one of those things I never forgot. Was the unripened avocado. Yeah, I got funny little stories like that. I can't remember. No, but the thing is, here's what happened. If I remember right, not long after I went searching, I think I ended up getting a ride. I remember I kept walking for a long time looking for that avocado. It was not long after that. I think I ended up getting a ride. Yeah. Yeah. Matter of fact, this woman gave me a ride that I think after that. She was an older woman, you know. Now, she wasn't hitting on me. You'd think she might have been. She was like an older woman, like kind of like a grandmother, you know. And we were just talking. She talked, and she gave me a ride probably, oh my gosh, at least it seemed 300 miles. Or she ended up filling the tank up a couple times, and she just kept going. She kept driving like half the day. And I think I can't remember how far she went, but she gave me a ride. And then after that, she handed me $20. Yeah, and it was right. I think that was that same day, if I remember right. Funny thing is, I don't think I've ever told anybody that story. You know, but yeah, she stopped a couple times, and she at least twice. I remember she stopped. She filled the whole gas tank, and then we drove, kept driving. Then she filled it up again and went another hundreds of miles again. And it was like hours and hours. And then she ends up giving me money. So where was she going? She was going south in California. I can't remember. It's been a long time. I'm sure during the conversation she told me, but this was well over 40 years ago. This was back when I was a kid. And I'm just trying to remember. It was like right after that avocado thing. I think she even bought lunch too. I think that's another thing. Is after that whole avocado thing, she might have even stopped and got me lunch. Like she was like, for some reason, taking good care of me. I don't know why, but like I said, she was like an older woman. Just very kind, just very kind. Like I said, she gave me a ride, a long ride. I think she gave me lunch. It's been a long time. I seem to remember I didn't stay hungry long, and she gave me money, like $20. And back in 1981, gosh, $20 was a pretty good amount of money. I know it doesn't seem like a lot nowadays, but it was a lot of money. I mean, it still is, but back then it was more of an amount. That's what I'm saying. So what an angel. Yeah, she was. She was. She just. It's funny. I just happened to remember that was the event of that particular day. And she gave me a ride that long, and I mean, and we were talking about all sorts of stuff too. I seem to remember she was kind of. She was deep about stuff. I mean, it's like spiritual and I can't remember exactly the conversations we had, but she was just talking about deep stuff. Was she and I don't know. Maybe. I don't think it's vague now what happened. I don't remember the details. I just remember the conversations with her were very deep. Yeah, and very like I think philosophical. She just seemed to be like that. And but like I said, bottom line is she gave me a ride that far. Did you learn anything from her? Well, what I'm telling you right now about about that whole thing is that like I said, it was a long time ago. I think what we talked about might have been more vivid in my memory at the time, but since so much time has gone by, I don't remember any specific details. you know. But basically, just that she was very kind, and just the ride just was where I was going anyway, and she gave me money. She gave me $20. You know, that's all. But I guess I learned as far as some people. I mean, you just sometimes you get very lucky occasionally. I mean, here I was hitchhiking and trying to find my way back to San Diego. Driving back, my brother had taken off. His girlfriend took off, kind of left me there. So I'm trying to get back to San Diego. It's the only place I could go. But that particular day was a strange day. You know, it's funny because I'm remembering the whole chain of events as I talked about the tree and then her giving me the ride. It was all part of that same day. You know, funny thing is, I remember that, you know, this many years later. But that was just one of those odd little things that, well, during my runaway days, you know what I mean? Just some of the things I was going through. So, hey, I'm still living. I'm still living. I was meant to do all that, you know. As lost as I was, and things like that, it was all part of my development and what led me to being who I am today. So it must have been part of my what I was supposed to do. All right. But I just wish, like I said, I wish I could have remembered a little more details about what she was talking about. That's all, you know. But I don't know. That's all. Me being a young kid, I thought maybe she was gonna. I don't know, being like she was an older woman. I mean, she was older. I mean, if I was to guess, if I was only about maybe 17 or 18 years old, I would think she'd be almost my age, maybe my age, maybe in her late 50s then, which, you know, was quite a bit older, you know. But for the time, that's all. You've got an interesting life, Tom. Thanks for sharing it with us. Yeah, there's a lot of little things that come out. I mean, I like to think that sometimes my adventures that I took, I don't know if you want to call them adventures, the fact I couldn't, home life was just overwhelming. Hey, you know what? School life, home life, everything was just so confusing. Whatever it was that was going through my mind, that I felt like I had to, I would leave the comfort of my home to go to go to California, back to where I was from, in order to start a new life. I mean, obviously, I look back now, and for me to want to do that, things weren't going well. Things were not well at all at home with school. That I would be willing to risk all of that to go somewhere else. I mean, I just know there was a lot of problems and confusion. I knew school was bad. I just know what I was dealing with there. And for me to just want to cut out and leave, I mean, at that age, I was messed up. I was messed up. There's no doubt. So, but I always thought that, you know, it set me on a different course, though. It just set me completely on a different spiral, in other words. And then I felt like I had such an unconventional rest of my life. It's like it set me on such a different course because I spent months living in like, going from like soup kitchens to get food. I found out, you know, if you go to like a soup kitchen or like a mission, you know, you'd have to sit through a sermon just to get like a bowl of soup and a piece of bread and maybe a donut and a cracker. You know what I mean? For free. So, I mean, whether or not you can live on that, probably not. But it was just that's what they had to offer. And I did that for months. And then every so often I'd take a bus ride down to Tijuana, Mexico. And now I found out that you could sell your blood. Not necessarily all your blood, your plasma. They had a process of taking, you know, you take the blood out, and if you spun it, you take the red blood cells, and you can separate basically the plasma that was in it, just the water that it was contained in, you know, the plasma. And they were looking for that. And they would take just that. Then they would mix saline back in and put your red blood cells back into your body. You know, but you made like $9 or $10 if you went to Tijuana. I mean, there was a couple places in the United States, and I managed to get a fake ID. I wasn't even 18 yet. And I found out that's how I had to make money. And I would go in and every couple weeks or whenever it could. Of course, then you tried to lie about how many times you went. But that wasn't good for you. You figure here you were selling your blood in order to make money to eat, to try to survive, but you were taking nutrients out of your body to eat. It didn't make a lot of sense, but that's what you had to do. You know? And so I had to go to Tijuana. And Tijuana always paid a little more. Plus, they give you a meal ticket. You go to Tijuana, and you do show the ID. You know, you get in there, they take your blood plasma, and they'd give you I think they gave you like 15 or something pesos Yeah, they'd give you actual pesos. I remember in Mexico. I'm not thinking I got pesos, you know. Funny, you know the funny thing about going to Tijuana was, if you go to use a public bathroom, you got to pay for toilet paper. There's a guy standing there, and it's like cost you a dime to get a little bit of toilet paper. You know, like here it's free in the United States, right? You go to a public bathroom, and there's just toilet paper in the dispenser, and if you need it, you got it, right? Funny thing is, you go to Mexico, and this is I'm a kid. I'm like, you got to pay for toilet paper. So if you're in the you got to go real bad, and you're like pinching your cheeks, you know, and you're running down there. And it's like, no, 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 yeah, you know, des dineros, you know, 10 cents. No, no, des dineros, 10 cents for a little bit of toilet paper. Yeah, but I'm ready to crap myself, guy. No, that's you know the point. They get the point, right? So anyway, that's what happened. And funny thing is, yeah, no, but anyway, they give you a meal ticket, so you'd sell your blood plasma, you'd get out of there, and you know, get out of there, and then they give you a meal, and then they give you the money for that too, and then you'd have to exchange it. I think there was a place you could exchange it into U.S. dollars too. After you went over the border, there was an exchange you could exchange your money. So 15 pesos got you probably $12, or was it? Maybe it was less. Maybe it was 8 or 9 pesos got you $12. I can't remember. The exchange rate was always different. It wasn't exact. 12 pesos didn't get you $12 because I think the U.S. dollar was a little more valuable than a peso. Maybe it was more like that. Maybe it was 18 pesos for like $12 U.S. dollars or something. Can't remember. I see a sign that she was looking for out in your part of the journey for your life. Oh, hey, there you go, Vamp. Oh, she was there when you needed her. That's all that matters. Yeah. You got an interesting. Oh, yeah. So I see as a sign she was looking out for you just as part of your journey in life. Yeah, like I said, I only spent a few hours. She gave me a ride. I didn't think anything was majorly significant except for the just the time we were riding together and we were talking. But I seem to remember we got very deep. She got very philosophical and very spiritual and talking about, I mean, deep stuff. Yeah. And but she was just like I said, she was just very kind, and she was generous too. She was generous to me. So that's all. And so I always kept thinking, sometimes you get lucky. People treat you nice. They just all of a sudden come into your life like that. And I mean, I just needed a ride to San Diego, and I was hungry, and I was kind of lost, had no direction. And at that moment, and not only that, my brother just up and packed up and left me in the lurch with his girlfriend, and she didn't want to be there either. They basically both, you know, abandoned me, you know, somewhat. Oh, that's all right. It is what it is. It is what it is, you know. But that was part of like going to Mexico and getting, you know, having to sell blood plasma. And of course I had to learn a little bit of Spanish just in order to, I mean, very little. I mean, I had to learn a little bit just to function. And sometimes I would ask people, pardon me, se habla inglés? You know, asking if they, or I would say, se habla English. You know, just asking, do you speak English? And of course, if they didn't know English, they'd tell me. And that was basically it. I knew numbers. I knew basic numbers and things. I didn't have it fluent, but this is me, just a 17-year-old kid, just learning how to speak basic Spanish, just to find my way to a certain street where I could do that, you know. Now, Tijuana now, I don't know if I could do that nowadays. Back in the early 80s, Tijuana was dangerous as it was even then. But now I don't think you ever want to go to Tijuana on your own. Yeah. Things have changed this many years later. I mean, I definitely remember it being not the United States. I mean, hey, I remember one time trying to cross the street. I was in Tijuana, right? And I had gone there a couple of times. I had gone there several times. And they let you in fairly easy. Going out, you had to go through customs. But you go into the Tijuana, right? And I seem to remember crossing a street. Now, typically you cross a busy street, and the lights turn green, and then United States people will just they'll beep the horn or they'll wait for you to cross before they start driving. I was in the middle of a street, and the street light turned green, and the car started driving, and I'm like, I literally says they're not stopping. They look like I wasn't there. They treated it like it's my problem. You're in the street. I literally had to run. I sprinted. I sprinted to get out of the road. I thought they were gonna run me over, literally. I thought, oh my God, it's like this is another country. They're not even gonna wait for me to. They're not gonna even wait for a kid to cross the street. That opened my eyes. I tell you, that was one of the more. I never forgot that. I thought, wow. The world can be pretty brutal sometimes. I was like a kid, babe in the woods, learning things as I went along, and I was seeing like little flashes of like how cruel and how inconsiderate parts of the world can be, and how human nature could be. I was like learning it on the fly almost, you know. Uh, get, so get a lot of those moments in life, like I don't know what's happened, but I ride moments especially. If I'm riding the wrong bus to a location, I don't panic, but I end up assisting someone. Oh, okay. Now, what do you mean get a lot of those as you're riding the bus? Okay. But I assist somebody. Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm very selective when it comes to like helping people out. You know, nowadays, yeah, if I see somebody who's genuinely in need, I'll go out of my way to help people. Yeah, I noticed that. But yeah, I don't pick hitchhikers up though, only because I mean I remember I did a little bit when I first got back when I was younger. I did, but then I stopped because it's dangerous now. Even nowadays, it's not worth it. Even though I did it, it's like I'd never do that again. I'm just glad I didn't fall into foul hands. You know what I mean? Yeah. Although I do remember one time. Okay, I can tell you a few stories about that. I don't know. Maybe I might have told you. Did I tell you the story about the hissing man? I'm going to tell you that this is what me and my brother called the hissing man. Matter of fact, I can tell you this story is intense. Okay, now on the way up north from this same trip that I'm talking about, going with the avocados and the ride from that woman. Now on the way up. Me and my brother and his girlfriend, we were traveling northbound. Now my brother lived in San Diego, and I didn't have a job yet. He was on Social Security, and you know he liked to. So he used to bank his money, and he traveled a lot, and he used to go up to, you know, northern, like Oregon and things like that, or he'd go to Northern California quite a bit. Well, he said he was going to go to this place called the Rainbow Gathering. And it was basically, maybe it's still on now. And it basically was just some kind of a gathering where all these hippie types, these like, you know, Woodstock types would go and meet, and they'd go way out in the woods, and they would just, you know, spend time up there together, you know, doing this hippie stuff, you know. So I thought, hey, I'd do that. So we went and took a ride up there, you know. Well, that was an experience in itself, the whole rainbow gathering, you know. But on the way up, we were driving up. We were hitchhiking north on I-5, going up from San Diego. We went through Los Angeles, and we just kept driving. And sometimes we went up I-5, which is the main road going north-south, right up in California. Well, we got into Sacramento. Now, he wanted to stick around for a couple of days. He wanted to show me People's Park and Haight-Ashbury, which is in like the San Francisco, Oakland area. Now, I remember he stuck around that area for a bit. And I remember going into like bookstores, and I remember going into I remember just doing my own thing. Like I went off on my own, and, you know, like that Berkeley College, that was the whole Berkeley College campus too. I remember just like spending time there and just seeing how people were. You know, there was this whole thing about People's Park, some big hippie riot that went on in the 60s. You know, he was just filling me in with all this, like, you know, this history about this area, you know, the Bay Area, you know. Well, anyway, we finally started going up north again. And so we ended up getting up into Sacramento. Now, I'm on the side of the road just kind of turning rocks over. And my brother's girlfriend, I should say, my brother's girlfriend was pretty much hitchhiking, and she was always like they had a kind of an agreement. She wasn't a stunning model. She was a girl. She was average. I mean, but she was alluring enough where she would almost look like she was the one with the thumb out, and she was the one kind of flirting a little bit, looking like the bait. She was like bait in a way. And this was an agreement her and my brother had, My brother seemed okay with that because that would get people to stop. And she would sit up front, you know what I mean? Because that was part of the whole idea. She got to sit up front, because that was why the guy was stopping in the first place. Well, we got a ride from this guy in Sacramento, and he had an older model, let's say a Chevy Nova. I'm going to say it was late 60s model. One of those old coupes, two-door coupes. And it had like fender work like this. Like the fenders were different colors, like they had been changed out, But the thing was very mechanically sound. Now, back in 81, that was older. It was about a 10 or 12-year-old car, but it wasn't that old like it is now. So now this guy just seemed like an average guy, So we start driving up the road, and now we're driving, and he's giving us a ride up there. Now, things were starting to happen on that ride. Like, for instance, everybody was smoking. Back then, everybody smoked. I smoked cigarettes. We were smoking, passing weed around. We were smoking. At one point, we were smoking. He ended up like the top of his cigarette head came off. The lit part. He grabbed it. It fell on his lap, and he grabbed like the burning cinder of it, and he like with his bare hands, and he put it and he lit the cigarette back up with it. And I saw that, and I said, "Wow, what are you, a construction worker? You got calloused hands or something like that." And he gave me like this weird grin, like he looked at me like, yeah. He just gave me an odd grin. I didn't think much of it. And then later on, he kept pulling over the side of the road. Now we're on the highway, and he kept pulling over like certain areas. At one point, he pulled over next to a deer. There was like a carcass of a deer that was on the side of the road, and the thing that looked like it was all like decomposed, and it was dead. And he pulled over close enough where if we got out of the car on the passenger side, we would have literally had to step on it. You know what I mean? And we were like forced to look at it. And at one point, I looked out. I'm in the passenger seat, okay? And I look out and I said to my brother, I said, "Hey, Fred, look at that." I said, "There's a deer down there." And it was all like I said, looked like it was all decomposed. It was nasty. So the guy gets back in the car. We didn't get out because we couldn't get out anyway. And then I said to him, "Hey, did you see that deer on the side of the road?" And he says, yeah, it's been there about 3 weeks. And then it was like me and my brother looked like he knew how long it was there. So it was spooky. Like he knew the way he said it, like it's been there 3 weeks. I'm like, all right. And that's all he said. So we kept driving another half hour, 45, and whatever it went by. And then he pulls over again, and we all get out. We all had to stretch a little bit. And there was this waterfall going on. It was like a lake, like we could see there was some rapids. It was a nice area, Like I said, it was the middle of summertime, too. It was like June, so it was summer, So, but he kind of was looking like odd, like just looking off, like thinking, like, and he had a kind of a weird grin on his face. And so we had to play it off like we were just there for the ride, we were just there, so my brother's like, "Yeah, nice view. Hey, this is really nice." But I could tell the tension of my brother that he was just acting it out, like trying to pretend, but he knew there was something odd about this, And so all the three of us were giving each other eye contact, like kind of communicating, like, what do we do here? This guy's kind of weird. This is weird. So what do we do? And but my brother just got back in the car. We thought, well, let's just keep going, So we did. And then, now we went another few miles. Finally, bottom line is at one point he was driving real fast. Now this is Northern California going toward Oregon is where this was. And this is way up in like like I said, like Napa Valley area, way northern. And he gave us a long ride too. He just kept going and going. And at one point, I think he stopped for gas, and he said, "Can anybody chip in for gas money?" I think my brother threw him like $10 or $5, whatever it was. And so that's fine. So he gassed up. He kept going, but he drove real fast. At one point, I saw him going up this highway doing like 80, 90, close to 100 miles an hour, toward the end. And I thought, we kept looking at each other like, what, this is getting kind of weird, And then the conversations were always kind of strange too. Finally, we get into Oregon. Now it's just starting to get dusk. Okay, the sun's starting to set a little bit, and it's just getting that dawn look. I mean, excuse me, that dusk look, I should say. And he gets off the highway as we got into Oregon, and he went down a secondary road a little bit. And then he pulled off into another cul-de-sac. And I thought, okay, well, he's been stopping a lot. He gets out and he goes to, this and that. He got out a few times. Now he gets out of the car. And a few seconds gone by. I'm like, what'd he do? We're looking, saying, where'd he go? Right? And then he opens up the passenger door. And he says to my brother's girlfriend, he grabbed her by the wrist and said, "I said I wanted to talk to you." And he kind of grabbed her and he looked angry. And then she turned around terrified. And she's like looking at my brother saying, "Fred." She had that panic look like this guy now it's turning serious. So what happened at this point here is the door's open on the passenger side. Now I flipped the bucket seat open. And I got out first. And I just kind of stood between him and her. And I kind of stood and I knew I had to do something. I'm a 16-year-old skinny kid, you know what I mean? I didn't know, I just knew I had to get out of there. Now my brother Fred got out the other side, the driver's side, and he starts gathering up our stuff, all our baggage and all our luggage, and he starts grabbing our gear. And now his girlfriend gets out, Dee Dee. Her name was Dee Dee. So she gets out of the car, and then he's starting to he's starting to say, he was trying to put his hand through her hair, like, "I told you, I just wanted to talk to you." And now he's talking like soft, then she's going, "Fred," like she's backing up, like all terrified looking. And meanwhile, I'm just standing there watching, like, what are you doing? Like, I'm thinking, why is he doing this? And then he kept doing it. And finally, I stood up and got in between him and her and says, "What are you doing? What are you trying to do or something?" And all of a sudden he did this thing where he looked at me and he put his hands up like a praying mantis, like a karate expert. He put them both up and he started going, and he started with these psycho eyes and he started hissing at me. Now, I knew right away it was strictly intimidation. He thought I was a stupid kid. I'd look at him and be all like, run away. He was just looking to put the fear in me. But I knew that's what he was trying to do, and I showed no fear. I pushed him, and I says, and I looked at him, and I said, I gave him these psycho eyes back. The eyes I've always known I've had. Our stare we got. I gave him back. I says, now I started throwing some F-bombs out there. "I'm not effing afraid of you, you freaking effing psycho." And I started getting aggressive. "What do you think? Did you really think I was effing stupid?" I was yelling at him. And then he started trying to grab my hands and push me, and I grabbed him and I pushed him back and says, "I'm not afraid of you. I'll effing kill you if I have to." And I was just saying it, like looking right at him. And I was like saying it, "You effing psycho." And I was saying so I kept saying things. And I meant it too. I don't know where it came from. It was weird. I don't know to this day, I still don't know what happened to me. It was like this fear that was gone. And it was just met with I have to out-psycho this guy. In other words, he's trying to be the psycho, scare me. Well, I had to match it and I had to exceed it. And it worked. Whatever happened, he was baffled. He stood there like he didn't know what to do. Like he put his hands on his hip for a minute and he was looking off to the distance like, what happened? Why isn't he not? He was baffled. It baffled him. And so finally, I remember I even said, yeah, thanks for the ride or something, like sarcastically. And then by this time, my brother gathered up all the stuff and he says, let's go, Tommy, let's get out of here. Right? So he's grabbed his stuff and then we're walking toward the road. Now this guy goes back in his car and of course his girlfriend went with him. And I was kind of stuck in the middle of that, dealing with this psycho guy for a second, right? And then finally he gets in a car. And I remember like grabbing a gear and I remember running saying, I said, watch him. Watch out. He doesn't try to run us over. So of course I was like watching real close, watching him drive, thinking he might try to run us over. Sure enough, he just got on the road and guess he went back the way we came. And so I remember thinking, what the heck was that, you know? So for the longest, now my brother told me later on, we went and camped out. Now we ended up, it was getting dark anyway, and we ended up getting way up off the road. We found like this area where we started camping out, right? And it was like way off the beaten path. It was up near a train track. And we made sure we were far enough away. We didn't make a fire thinking that guy might come back. We thought he might come back looking for us. And he might come back. That's why we got off the road. We didn't keep walking up the road because we figured he'd come back. And this time he might try to get us, right? So we just camped way off the road. So we're talking about it. And then later on, my brother told me that he found straps under the guy's seat. He said, now I didn't see them. I never saw them. He said he found like these leather straps, like restraint straps, as if type of straps you'd use tying people up. He said he found those. I didn't see him because I was busy, you know, doing what I was doing. But he said he grabbed them and he threw them off we're next to an embankment. He threw them out of the car and he threw them away somewhere. Just got them out of his car. So I never saw those. But so for the longest time now, my brother Fred, he passed away. He passed away 10 years ago, the one I'm talking about. But for the longest time, if we talked about it, we'd tell that story and we'd reminisce it. And it was always called the hissing man story because he hissed at me, you know. So that was one of those stories we had for like years, you know what I mean? And I never forgot that. But that really happened. And but the funny thing is, I don't know what happened to me. It just, whatever came over me, whatever happened, I needed at that time. And so, but that was my story. That's one of those weird things that happened during that whole time. But we ended up getting to that rainbow festival, that rainbow gathering anyway. And then people were like just running around, no clothes on, half of them. I mean, not everybody, but some people, I mean, you know. And I thought it was crazy because people were all like they were all tripping out and taking drugs and, you know, just like they had bonfires, playing bongo drums at like midnight for like hours, playing flutes, you know, kind of dancing around, you know, like hippies. It was all hippies, you know what I'm saying? You know, like the flower children of the 60s all gathered on this thing, you know what I mean? And yeah, they were just doing their thing, like these earthy people, you know? I don't know. So, oh gosh, I lost everybody. I was telling that story. I thought, man, everybody went away. Come on. Oh, man. I'm only got 3 watching. All right. Okay. I'm losing my audience. I'm sorry about that. I didn't even look until I looked down and I'm like, there's only 3 of yous out there. Oh, gosh. Well, anyway, that's okay. That was my story there. What sort of things on your channel? Oh, personality pill. All right. I'm going to get back to talking. My story's over. Let me see. I just made it my post, my own stuff and keep playlist. Not really anything. Oh, talking about his, yeah. Hey, Lish, you got a channel. Did you make it for fun or just no videos you want to make? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I checked out Personality Pill a couple of times just to see. Yeah, it's just like that. He's just got a list of things that aren't. I guess he's in the. I guess Jethro's in the process of. He's getting some videos put together, but obviously he's got to do that when he's ready, right? That's all. I'm still here. Oh, I know somebody was still here. I was a lot more people after I got done telling the story. I looked. I thought, oh my gosh, I hope I didn't scare everybody away with the whole hissing man, you know? I know that was a scary story, but gosh, I hope. I think I told you that story one other time. I can't remember if I did. I seem to remember telling. I might have told that here before. Maybe I did. But that was just one of those things that that happened to me when I was on the road. You know, that's all. But still, I always thought that some very valuable lessons were learned during my whole runaway time. I mean, I was a young, naive kid, and I'd had an unconventional childhood because of it. I really did. That just kind of set me on a different course, but it made me who I am. It just made me as the way I am, I guess, and that's all I can really go with, right? That's all. So, oh my gosh, 3 hours! I've already been here for 3 hours, people. Unbelievable. All right. So if we have anything, listen, I'm back. I'm back here with you people. I'm not just telling a story now. I want to ask you a couple things, making sure. It looks like the core is here. Looks like we have mainly the Breakfast Club in house. I'm going to say that six watching and me. Well, I think this is mainly it. This is the BC, the Breakfast Club. That is mainly. This is it, ain't it? Huh? I tend to forget a lot. So I'm happy when you retell stories. I know you like the stories, Vamp. I know you do. Some of you like the stories I got to tell. That's all. I mean, well, like I said, I just saw like 8 or 9 people. Then I'm like, oh gosh, a bunch of people went away. So I thought, uh, I don't know. Sometimes you think, yeah, people are going to stick around for this one, but not everybody did. That's all. I tend to forget. Yeah, but looks like the core is, like I said, this is the core of it all. That's all. So what I need to do here is, I was going to check something actually right away. Let's see, where are we? I just want to check something here for a second here, and see what's going on with the if anything is changed. Oh, okay, yeah. All right. Well, I noticed that this little bit of a live broadcast has brought in a few viewers. It sparked some interest, which is always good. But I feel like, yeah, I definitely got to get back into my habit of putting out a couple videos during the week, a couple more shorts. I got to tell you the truth, though, too. Sometimes I do the shorts, and occasionally I feel like for the longest time I was doing a couple shorts like a day. I mean, a couple like 2, 3 a week. I do all these like short videos, and lately I've been like I said, it's a tendency some of it's work, some of it's overthinking, and sometimes I've actually set up the phone, and I'd be like, all right, I want to do a short, and I'd be sitting there thinking, now what do I do with it, you know? Sometimes I'm plagued with that every so often, like where I'm just having a paralysis where I try to think of things to say, things, and then I'm thinking, yeah, but I put out 100 of them that actually people are watching. Why is it I'm tongue tied right now, So I guess that's part of me. It's like part of my whole, sometimes I think we just get a little frozen sometime. Also, before when I was mentioned the buses, I don't drive due to medications. They don't allow me to so I rely on public transportation. Oh, I see. Oh, you're on medication, Vamp. You can't drive. They won't let you drive a bus. Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I'm still here, man. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, sometimes public transportation isn't so bad, It's all right. So, well, if anybody's new out there, I have 5 watching right now. I think mainly it's mostly the cores right here, right now, huh? So, hey, if you have any suggestions, though, sometimes I gotta tell you, sometimes you help me out. Jethro, yeah, how you doing out there? Are you working by any chance there, Jethro? How's everything going? If he's still out there by any chance, just curious. I would imagine you're not working Saturday night. And I think I think Harp was working, either that or he goes to work or something like that. I'm not sure what that was. So, so, all right. Well, anyway, yeah. So I got into telling you a couple stories about my 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 adventures, I guess. But I mean, part of me says so far for my safety, I rely on that. I don't mind. Okay, no, that's good. I mean, if so, you're on like certain medications, so you don't have a driver's license. Is that what it is? You're not allowed to drive a car. You mean? Must be something on that idea. Certain medications you're on, then, huh? Oh, yeah. Again, I mean, I don't know if the rules in Australia are different. Maybe they're more strict. Maybe they're the same as they are in the U.S. There's certain medications that you're not supposed to operate. You're not supposed to drive with and things like that, or operate equipment even. You know, there must be what are they? Some kind of narcotic ones. Usually, the narcotic ones are the ones that do that, where they don't want you to drive. It's usually the ones that are like, alter your, make you feel drowsy or just alter your like your state of mind, right? But anyway, that's good. At least you're able to take the bus, and that fills that in for you. That's all. So I would imagine if you're in taking a bus and all that, you must be in like a fairly large city area. You're not out in the suburb area, no. You're in like a city area. I know you said you're up in Queensland. I would think that's got to be. I would think there's probably got to be some heavy populated areas out there, like city wise and things like that, right? I would think so. But I'm just trying to think of a couple things, couple topics we can get into right now. I guess the one thing I can only say is, as far as like our personality is vast as we say we are. The funny thing is, as vast as we say we are sometimes. Yeah, see, okay, it's what I said then, Vamp. Yeah, that's what it is. Strong medication, can't drive heavy, you can't drive. All right. Well, as vast as our mind is sometimes, and as complex and as deep as our inner world can be, I mean, occasionally, though, sometimes it's like there's a disconnect with our, you know, as much as what's going on in our mind, sometimes we get overwhelmed. I can't figure out what it is. It's I feel like sometimes we get so sidetracked with reality. It's almost like we have to play catch up sometime. You ever notice that? That's what happens. This is what happens to me through the course of my life, is that being that we're extroverted sensing is inferior and we're very much in our mind. We're very, we have to, we have that intuition, and we're always thinking ahead and all that, right? I think a lot of times we either do one really good or have to focus on another really good at the same time. Like with me, I feel like if I focus heavily on the channel and I come up with topics and I start coming up with ideas, I'm really good, but I have to. But then I notice that I neglect other things. I neglect my life. Sometimes I feel like not necessarily my job. I'm always to work on time, but I start to feel like, because I recorded this video, because I did this, I didn't cut that tree up that I was supposed to outside my yard. It's like, well, I got to put time for that. So that tree I've been planning on doing for for probably the last couple of months. I keep putting it off because I'm doing this. So now all of a sudden it's like, well, now you got to take care of business. Now you got to go out there and do your chores. It's like they pile up. And that's what I think a lot of times what happens to me is, and then I get all these things of thinking about reality. Oh, I got this I got to do. I got the tree I got to cut up. I got that. I got this. And then all of a sudden it bogs me down into what I'm thinking about. And I create it. Then all of a sudden your creativity's going. But it's because of the fact that we're so laxing in our extroverted sense. And then we're trying to balance our creativity, our mind in this way, and balance our life. And then things are getting planned and we're putting things off. I do that a lot. I got a lot of plans that I want to do, but then when they get time to do them, I say, oh, I'll do that next week. I'll just wait another week. I'll do this again next week. And then pretty soon, next week's turned into a month. A month and a half goes by. And I'm like, all right, can't do it anymore. I have to do this. And then I have to shut down all that. Then I have to focus all my energy back onto reality. Yeah, focus all your things onto doing your tasks. Yeah, and then it's like so then it's all gone. All this stuff you were trying to do, the creativity's gone because you're trying to balance certain things. That's the way my life has always been. It's like I've always had that kind of thing, you know. I wonder if we're all like that. I wonder if all INFJs, we go through this kind of thing in the course of our life because we're so either all or nothing, you know. And if you're doing one thing, you're doing it really, really super good, but you're neglecting something else in order to get that done over here, you know. So, yeah, even though buses, so far my safety's on that, I don't mind. Oh, yeah. Yeah, buses don't come. I can walk to the train station. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. You're talking about taking the buses over there. All right. Yeah, but I mean, but that seems to be one of our, that would be a good topic of conversation too. I mean, as far as like us being aware of that stuff. I mean, a lot of times I think, a lot of our drawbacks that we have as introverted intuitives, the certain things that we have because we're so balanced in one way, our mind is so deep and vast in that way. Like I said, and then our extroverted world, our tangible world, seems to take a back seat. I've talked about balancing the balancing act before. Well, we have to balance our real world from our mind, and that's seems to be we drift in and out of both, you know. I mean, that comes down to it. Like what I've said, this is what I'm battling with right now, is that I notice that sometimes, you know, I notice I might neglect the channel a little bit with a video, but it's not for a bad cause. It's like, because, yeah, but hey, I got work to do. I got things I got to do with my life. I guess it comes down to that, you know. But I mean, it is what it is. I think that's something that we spend our whole life having to go through. And I think I've actually heard it described like that more than once. And I thought, yeah, that's what it is. We are very imbalanced sometimes, and so we want our creativity to go one way, but then we have to maintain our world in another way. So. But the funny thing is, a lot of, you know, typical sensor types seem to, I mean, yeah, I can't say they got it all perfect or not. I mean, I'm saying they get it all right. But for the most part, I don't know if they struggle quite as much. If they're the extroverted sensing, that's their world anyway. They just seem to do everything at the time, at the convenient, you know. I don't know if it's an imbalance to them or not. Maybe it is, but I just know that's how it happens with me. I'm usually, I have to focus on one or the other, and I can't do two at the same time. So, yeah, let me ask you, if you start making really good money on YouTube, will you focus on YouTube much more? I would think that's a good question. Very good question, Jethro. Listen, I don't know if I'm ever going to be rich. I'm not trying to be a rich guy on YouTube. I'm actually just thinking, I mean, I'd like to think I can make money, of course. I'd like to think that, yes, it's going to compensate a little bit someday. But I mean, I just like the whole idea of the whole format of showing up and just making the videos, putting it out there, the whole part of that. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think someday it's going to be lucrative, but if let's just say I became a full-time YouTuber, yeah, I think that would be more of a job. But then that opens up a whole other thing. You know how sometimes, let's say you get your dream job. Here's a good one for you, Jethro. You know, sometimes you get that dream job, whatever it might be. It could be something you geared for, something that is right up your alley, something that is right perfect for you. Let's say somebody wanted to be maybe a barber or a doctor, a lawyer, anything, and you got to be that, or just had a good trade. You wanted to be a plumber, an electrician. You got it. Eventually things just become jobs. It's like, okay, you got to get up again and you got to do your job, and now all of a sudden that dream job you had, the one you geared for, that you really like, that's good paying, it just becomes a job. I mean, I wonder sometimes too. I mean, you think to yourself, these YouTubers got to be great. All they do is they record a video, they look into their phone like I'm doing. They record a video, they mix it, they do their thing, and they make it into a cool video. Whatever they do to add to it, go into their DaVinci Resolve, and they make it into a video, right? But does that just become a job? Now, are you all of a sudden to the point where I got to get 3 videos out a week, and now you feel the pressure of doing that, just like you would a job? Just like all of a sudden you got 3 plumbing jobs you got to meet. You got to put a sink in over here. You've got a whole electrical job. You're going to put in you're going to wire a house, and you know what you got to do. And then you're like, but you're thinking about it. I'm thinking eventually everything just becomes a job, even though it's your dream job, you know? I would think YouTube has its ups and downs, especially when it becomes your full-time employment. I mean, maybe it's something that people love. They have they have passion with their job when they find something like that. But you got to remember too, everything just becomes a job after a while. So I notice that I feel bad when I don't know if, excuse me. Oh, I noticed that I feel bad with I don't know if INFJs are supposed to be neat and tidy. If something I keep thinking they're supposed to be. Oh, you know what? I got caught up. That's a good point, man. That's a good point. I think that I see all these AI videos. There's a lot of these videos. I used to think that was it. The ones that just have the music and they're all produced and they're very good. And they got the AI voices and they got the people in the background and they're supposed to be INFJs. And then they say, well, INFJs are very tidy and very organized and this and that. And I'm thinking, and they're always thinking ahead and and they always, they'll hang their clothing up in the closet based on colors and things. Like they're all orderly. And I'm thinking, I've never been like that. I mean, I think to a point there's a certain order, but I think sometimes that goes a little bit overboard because I was looking at the cleanliness and the orderly. I'm not, I feel like there's certain things I'm clean about, but a lot of times I'm not that immaculate. I mean, I let things go for a long time in my house. I mean, I'm okay about clutter. I don't like clutter. I don't like things piling up. I'll make sure that things are not piled up, but I don't wipe everything. I don't vacuum all the time. I mean, the dishes pile up in the sink to a point. I do them. But I mean, there's a certain level of clutter I won't let happen. But I don't hang everything up in the closet based on if it's all the same type of shirts and all the same type of pants. I don't do that. I don't segregate everything based on that. Usually I just hang it up where I got a space. Now, that could go off what they say, but again, I make sure that things are at least picked up and clean. I don't like things cluttering up. That's my big thing. So I think a lot of times we're basing our opinion on what you're talking about on these AI videos and talking about how immaculate, because I thought the same thing. Aren't these INFJs supposed to be real clean? And then you wonder, am I really? Because I'm not as clean as what they say. I'm not as clean as what these AI videos say. I'm not that meticulous. You know what I mean? I'm not out here constantly cleaning like Felix Unger. Remember Felix Unger from The Odd Couple? Yeah, he was an INFJ, by the way. His character was INFJ. But bottom line is my point is I think sometimes they overdo it with those examples. I mean, yeah, they're on mark, but I think they overdo it and they over exaggerate the INFJ too, because I think INFJs they're a little more down to earth sometimes than what those lead on, and you can't believe every little thing that you hear on those. I mean, they over exaggerate it. Anybody else tell me? Do you think maybe somebody else can do a poll here? Do you think they over exaggerate INFJs? Are we not exactly the way they are in those AI videos? You know what I'm saying? I think so. That's my opinion. So I notice I feel bad when I don't know neat and tidy. Keeps them thinking they're supposed to be. Yeah, that's what I mean. Making money on YouTube while helping people is now my dream job, and what I think is their human job for everyone. I will feel great for making money, helping people. Otherwise, I won't feel complete. Well, that's a good point. That's a very good point there, Jethro. Yeah, you see, I think right now, I mean, just the fact that I'm sitting here and I know right now talking to you on YouTube, and I'm conducting a live broadcast. Technically, yes, it's going toward the channel and making it what it is. So, I mean, yeah, no, it's not reached that point yet. I think the reality of YouTube actually paying the bills is when you actually get paid. I mean, because one thing, the way they set YouTube up, though, Jethro, is the fact that it's not like you start a job and you get paid from day one. I mean, you have to establish. It's like establishing a tree with roots and establishing a root system, and actually having you have to get everything going before it actually bears fruit. I mean, that fruit takes a long time, and you have to know that you're putting in all that effort, all that hard work with no pay. With no pay for however long it takes in order to establish that before that tree actually produces you anything. And it might take you a year and a half, depending on how long it takes. Some people within 9 weeks, within 2 months, depending on how good they are and how quickly they accumulate their subscribers and their watch hours. Or how quickly they excel at that. Yeah, some people know how to do it. Some guys just get it done right away. With a guy like me, it's just it's going to take a while. And most of us are like that. Most YouTubers, I think, are just it's going to take a while to establish that root system. So, but I guess my point is that until you actually start making it lucrative, you really can't gauge it on that until you actually have money, tangible money that you're doing something with. But I guess that's all part of the investment. It's all like that. Okay, thank you, Tom. That makes me feel a lot better hearing, like I know how cook professional I am. When it comes to craft tables, no, it's more organized, man. Yeah, that's what I say. That's why when you threw that out there, I thought it's funny you said that, because I've had that very exact thought in my own way. I mean, I probably never actually spoke it, but I've had that thought, like, you question yourself. You question yourself because I'm not as clean as they're saying I am. I'm not as immaculate and meticulous as exactly like they're saying on that. So maybe I'm not. But the thing is, you think like that. You know who you are. You think everything else, and you know the way your brain is. And then you have to conclude that I think, yeah, like I said, they over exaggerate these stereotypes a little more than they should. Okay. And but I guess those are probably, believe it or not, I'm going to tell you the truth. Those videos are meant to also lure in. They're there to captivate an audience, and they have to think about this. these content creators, they're out to make sure that you are drawn to this video, watch it as long as possible. That's think about, that's the goal of YouTube. I mean, you have to make something, you have to present something, have to have a certain thumbnail that draws people in. All right, and you have to have a certain amount of interest that holds you to that video, and you want people to watch it through and through. And by throwing out these little bit of an exaggerated ideas of something is going to do that. You see, you're exaggerating a certain stereotype. Just a little bit. You're putting it a little bit more emphasis on there so people are more drawn in to watch that. Okay? Now, people that aren't necessarily INFJs will believe that. They'll think that. Sometimes they draw certain conclusions as to what INFJs are based on that without actually knowing one personally. Okay? Meanwhile, you get an actual INFJ that's sitting back questioning it, like you just did, Vamp. Just saying, well, wait a minute. How can I be that if I'm not that clean? I'm not this immaculate like that. I know what you mean, because you're a real one, reeling it in, and you're in reality. Yeah, but understand why that is. That's all about holding an audience, and that's the reason why these are the way they are. Okay, even if they twist the truth just a little bit to keep you drawn in. Think about it, right? See, now that's the true truth right there. That's the authentic truth behind the real deal. Okay. So, my gosh, no, but anyway, so, yeah, but Jethro, gosh, yeah, you definitely, I am so curious to see your stuff, man. I really am. I'm very curious to see what you're going to put out there. I know you said before you really are, you're probably busy and you want to put out your first video, and you really are, yeah, you're going to do all right. You're gonna do all right. I'm just curious. I'm just waiting. I do check your channel, by the way, Jethro. Every so often, I look over there. I still see your videos that you have that are like the, you have your playlist together. They're not ones that you produce. They're your own videos, right? I've seen all those, but I keep waiting, saying, okay, where's Jethro's videos coming from? So I am looking at you every so often, just checking. So, all right. So what do we got here? 10:35, and we are at 3 hours. I can't believe it. 3 hours have gone by again here, people. I can't believe it. So, yeah. So you kind of give me some good ideas on videos now, I could have made a video just based on that. Sometimes I get that's another thing. The creative block that I have sometimes. Sometimes I feel like I overdo it, trying to I gotta balance my world from my channel. Sometimes that's what it is. I think sometimes I just need to talk as well, and things just come out. That's why, again, these lives are very important to me. I think they're more important in more ways than one. So, but yeah. Okay, so we got 6 watching. Yeah, this has been kind of a slow night. This isn't like it was last week. Remember last week? I think that last video, actually it was rebroadcast almost immediately, the last video I had last week. And that was not something I did. It just immediately released it to the public. And then it went on to have another over 100 views on it. And then the watch hours went right up again. So last week was an anomaly for some reason. I had a lot of views on it last week, and a lot of people hung around too. So, I haven't explored many INFJ's channels, Jethro. I will support you too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like I said, I keep checking. I keep looking to see his. Because I've actually stopped a bit and looked at some of the videos that you have in those playlists, and I thought, yeah, but they're not yours yet. I've watched them and thought, okay, I think I might have, I haven't seen all of them, but yeah. But the idea that you're going to include all the different personality types, I mean, that'll be unique. But that also includes you having a good understanding on all the types. Just either like just understanding how the functions work, having a good understanding on exactly the way the each function is different from the others. And that would take a lot more study, understanding, yeah, that kind of thing, and just understanding human nature, I guess. Yeah, just I mean, hey, Frank James does it in his own way. I mean, he does it in his own unique way. You got Frank James. I mean, but you got to remember too, Frank James, he's an INFJ. He started off early on. All his videos were INFJ videos. All like you could tell they were in his bedroom. You ever see? This is what blows me away. Frank James, he's got the videos, his earliest ones that are like 7 or 8 years old now, and he's sitting in his bedroom almost. He's got guitars hanging in the background, but he's just talking in his own way about his about what he knows. But most of them are INFJ Experience type of videos. But he just goes into his own lingo, his own description, which is unique to him, and his own flair on how he describes his mind. But they're so much different than what he does now. But now he's 16 personalities. He branched off into the whole monologues as he does them now. But again, I mean, having a wardrobe and a green screen like he's got. I don't know how much a green screen costs. That's just he puts that screen behind there, and he pretty much can be anywhere, in front of he could be like out in the woods. You can tell it's obvious, but yeah, but that's how he started off until he went into his own acting thing. Now he's his actor, and he's writing scripts and everything for all the different personality types. But if you notice, he's coming up with things those types would say. Like, they're kind of stereotypical, but of course it's all based on his topic of that video. So, yeah, when I'm going to go hard. So it's like loading up all the knowledge I have, and I have so much I have to be ready to handle it. I will consume me in a great way. I've been cultivating this along. Now, can I make a suggestion too? Jethro, at some point though, I know you're cultivating and learning things, but I mean, listen, I'm only basing it on myself, and you can see the success I have, which is, it's slow, very slow success. I'm going on almost 1 year, and I'm doing live videos, and I'm getting, I got something, but all I did was just, I'd come up with topics and I'd talk, Maybe you're looking at me saying, yeah, I want to get a little more, a little more of a script than Tom. I mean, Tom just talks. He's not very well rehearsed. He just comes up with things. He blurts things out. And sometimes they're not bad. But sometimes I sit here wondering, what do I do? But the videos are like that too. But the thing is too, you got to actually get out there and just put them out there, man. You got to get in front of the camera, and you have to talk in front of the camera, and you just have to start loading up your videos, getting them into the system. Like I said, you got to do it through your laptop, and there's a certain procedure of doing it, and you got to make sure you hold those videos at least 24 to 48 hours so they find the algorithm. You got to get your thumbnails, your descriptions. So you have to get, you actually have to produce at some point too. I mean, if you're going to do that all at once, that's one thing. But I say you got to wean into it too. Okay, I know you're saying you're going to get everything. You're going to know everything. I know what you mean. You want to have that perfectionist thing where you want to know everything. But at the same time, you have to just start producing something and just getting it out there. Okay, and just get your face out there. If anything, I mean, you just have to introduce yourself to the world. I mean, listen, I've got a face here. Like I said, like I've told you before, we're minor celebrities in a way. Now, maybe that's a new term you never heard. We are, in a sense, we're kind of like celebrities, not quite the ways you have them on TV, not quite the big magnitude of them, but in a way, YouTube celebrities. You have people watching you, millions of people. You know how many people watch YouTube? Now, thousands, millions of people, hundreds of thousands. At some point, your face has to get recognized too. You have to get your voice, your personality, your face, your who you are out there. Okay, people have to have a connection to who you are too, and you got to establish seeds. Like I said, man, you got to plant seeds. You got to at least, the sprout is where things grow from. If you're going to do that all at once, I mean, maybe it'll work for you. I mean, everybody's got a different approach too, but you have to at least start putting something out there too. And you have to at least, so like I said, sow the seeds. Okay? You got to put yourself out there. That's what I figure I try to do too. Just me being in the camera, just being here is doing just that. You got to put yourself out there. Okay? And enough people eventually will just start seeing your face, and if they like what you had to say, they're gonna glom onto that. They're gonna say, "Hey, there's the Jethro guy." They recognize the face, and you want that face recognition. Again, you're a celebrity. You will become that in your own right. Okay, you will, and you'll have celebrity recognition. I mean, how many times would people just like you're a fan of a certain rock group or a rock star or somebody? Once you see their face, that's that face recognition. You know right away who it is. Okay? And, people are going to glom onto that just because they're a fan of that. Okay? So you need to establish that as well. Okay? See, there's just little things I'm learning from some I couldn't have told you a year ago, Jethro. Serious, man. Time. Yes. When I go, I want to be powerful enough to change the world. Be humble. A lot of people. You want to change the world. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I think, listen, how are we going to change the world? You know what? I take a pebble and I throw it in the pond. And guess what? That little ripple, one pebble makes a difference, doesn't it? You know what I mean? I thought of this as a kid. I never forgot this lesson. I was sitting next to a pond. I was a kid, maybe 9, 10, 12 years old. I don't know. And I used to sit and, go figure, sit alone a lot, think, as a kid. And I remember taking pebbles out next to a pond, out in Frog Pond, out in my hometown. And I'd throw those pebbles in the pond. But revelations came to me. Insights came to me. I'd see that ripple fan out. You throw that pebble in the pond and you'd see it fan out, and it would mess up things. It would redirect things that were floating in the water just enough. It would alter their path. And eventually that wave, that small ripple would hit the shore, and it would interrupt the sand. It would move it just around, just enough to have made an impact. My point is that, Jethro, you know what? You can either throw a massive boulder in the ocean, cause a tsunami, think you're changing the world. You're changing the world, or do you want to just throw your pebbles in the pond? You see what I'm saying? You have to start by changing the world in incremental steps. It doesn't always have to be taken by force. It's not a blitzkrieg. Sometimes you have to introduce yourself and get yourself, established. Okay? So you don't have to make this massive impact to change the world. Just make some kind of impact. Okay? Just something. Because you're going to touch somebody. Listen, just me talking. So I may have a video or something I say that out there. And even if it influences like 1 or 2 people change their life, guess what? The reason that they change their life is going to influence and change other people's lives. Yeah. And maybe they start doing a couple of things different. They take your advice and then it just influences a small group of people. But bottom line is it's going to fan out just from that small advice that you take, and you've already changed the world. Okay? It doesn't have to be this massive magnitude. You don't have to look for this big full force. You can do it in small incremental steps as well. Okay? So I mean, hey, you look at somebody's philosophical writings on a paper right nowadays. You look at something that was written thousands of years ago by Marcus Aurelius, maybe by Plato, maybe by Socrates. It could have been any one of these big landmark philosophical philosophers. Okay, they wrote these things down in whatever language that they had. They've been translated into how many books, how many different philosophical books. People read them to this day. So their ripples are still being heard just by their writings. And their writings are as timeless as they were the day they wrote them, thousands of years ago. They never changed. That philosophy is still igniting something that spawns something in the human being, the human nature, because it's timeless, because it resonates. In long after they're dead, they're still changing the world in their own way. Okay? Look at our Lord and Savior. Look what he did. Yeah, now there's change in the world for you. Yeah, Jesus did it in a big way. Did he try to? But he was humble. It just, that the whole thing took root because of what he did. You know? Well, walking on water and changing water to wine kind of helped too, you know what I mean? that kind of got people noticing a little bit too, right? Yeah, that's right. But like Vamp says, be humble. Okay, and just know that just small pebbles in the pond leave big impacts as well. They leave a lasting impact, okay? I don't know, man. I don't know where this stuff's coming from. I don't. I see her out there, and I know you're looking for something big. You want to make a big old start off with a bang, you know? And I'm trying to tell you, man, put stuff out there. Okay, write stuff down. You know, be creative. Do what you got to do. And listen, your early videos. I got some early videos out there. I wish I could do over again. I leave them on there, but some of my very earliest videos were just me sitting there talking, talking about me. And then I started branching off into certain subjects. But I knew I had to just get something out there. That's all. I want to make a massive impact. I know I could make some small impacts. I already have made small impacts in plenty of times, and let people ride off in the sunset with the impacts. It's time to go big. All right. Well, you know what? I wish you the best of luck, man. I'm maybe you make a big impact. Definitely. The Crown V. How you doing there, Crown V? We got somebody coming on in the house. It's like what I told my youngest brother. I was when boxing before his first competition. Always be humble. The guy won't let suspect it. Yeah, see, Vamp is more the type, to lay low a little bit, aren't you? Yeah, I can see that, Vamp. Yeah, she's just trying to say, just be humble, yeah. I'm just, yeah. Well, either way there, Jethro, that I'm going to help you out as much as I can along the way. That's all. And whatever little bit I said so far is what's coming out of me. That's all. Okay. I mean, what do you think? Do you think I'm making this big impact right now? Do you think it's important? I'm just trying to make some impact right now. I know I have a platform right now, Jethro, and I want to reach certain people. Now, listen, the Breakfast Club, as I call some of you, my core, my wonderful good friends that I've found out there. My core is, you found me, and I found you. We found each other. And I do this, and I see you like week after week, and I do, and I love seeing you. I really do. Now, that's a small impact, but that's a small, tight-knit group right there that formed. And I hope it grows. And yes, we're all, and I see, we can see it grows. I mean, people come in, and, we all kind of know each other, and there's a tight-knit, a group here. That's a small impact, but is it a small impact? I mean, but eventually those things just take off a little bit, Remember though, like I said, man, you're like a minor celebrity in a sense. You really are. I mean, how many? Now listen, we're like anonymous celebrities in a sense. I mean, I'd be the type. I just do a job. I'm a regular guy. Nobody knows me. It's only you know, you're not, the one thing about YouTube is you have a certain niche of people that watch you. You know, there may be thousands from all around the world that watch you, but you may not be recognized. You could be in your own supermarket just up the street and nobody knows who you are. Nobody's going to say, hey, look, that's that guy from YouTube. Nobody does that. Nobody, even I'll bet you Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast probably doesn't get that. You know who he is, right? That guy, Mr. Beast, he's supposed to, I think he's the biggest YouTube guy in the market right now. I know he's big. And then you get some other ones that are huge, right? But I guarantee sometimes it's just, but they're only huge to their market that they have. And they're worldwide. Do you think even Mr. Beast goes to the grocery store and people say, hey, that's that guy from YouTube? You know, you don't think they're getting autographs, but I mean, there could be a rare instance where people recognize you, but it's not like that. But you are, in a sense, a celebrity to YouTube. In a way, you are a celebrity, though. You will be, but it's anonymous because I don't think, like I said, you're not going to see everybody approach you. And I've never had anybody come up to me and say, hey, you're the guy from YouTube. You know, hey, you're that guy from INFJ guy. Hey, nobody's going to do that, you know. But, you know, but then again, I'm a small guy, you know. But my point is, it's like you are, but you're not a celebrity all at the same one. It's kind of like it's odd the way it is. It's almost like you're famous, but you're not famous in the same breath, you know? I would not like to be a celebrity or famous. I just want to be known and know others. You see, I'm kind of like that too. I mean, I do know that, but my point is, I was just dawning on me that that's the way YouTube is, though. In a sense, though, when you put your face out there, I guess my point is that you have a certain audience and you do know hundreds, thousands of people, even millions. It depends on who you got. It depends on your channel, but people are watching you. And so you got to figure a lot of people have seen your face, have heard what you had to say, have watched your videos, and they could be from anywhere around the world. And that's in the category, in a sense. I mean, just like, I mean, a certain actor, movie star, maybe a TV personality. Same thing with them. They have a certain level of people that recognize them. They're celebrities in a sense because they're seen, right? YouTube is the same way. YouTube's got to have that. It's different. It's a little bit different. It's a social media, but it's not that much different. You're still, your face is being shown around the world. That is my point. And it will be for many, many years from now because these videos are always going to be there at some point as well. But I guess there had to be a point to that. What was my point? I mean, to me, it was just a realization to understand that that's the reality of what it really is what it is, you know. Stay low before you grow. Exactly what I'm doing, Vamp. Okay. Stay low before you grow. Okay. All right. Well, that's a great point. Okay. I would not like. No, I don't want to be a celebrity or famous. Not in that way. My mom used to tell me this story that Elvis Presley could never go to Disney World. He was so famous. Elvis Presley was such a famous figure that he could never have a normal life. I mean, half the time these people, the real famous ones like Elvises, and remember the Beatles, being John Lennon, being Paul McCartney. These guys couldn't have a normal life because of their fame. That made them prisoners to their own fame. Yeah, there's a point where you become so famous that. Yeah, you just can't be seen anywhere because, yeah, people would mob you. Yeah, so you become almost a prisoner to your own fame. Elvis Presley had that problem. My mom used to say he could never go to Disney World or Disneyland because of that, because people would just mob him and follow him. He could never have a normal life. That's one of the drawbacks to that. And you see what happened to John Lennon. I mean, in some extreme cases, sometimes you get deranged fans. I know. I don't want to go there too much with that story, but we know what happened with that. I'm not saying that happens but, you know, you just have to consider that. you just have to consider that being like a minor celebrity in a sense. You know, hey, it's again maybe I overthink things. Being that I am who I am, it just dawned on me. I overthink things and I think about things. This is well, does that put you into that class, that category? And I says, yeah, it would have to an extent. It does. It puts you into that category just a bit anyway. Tom, what I'm about to do, you have been the most important person. Okay, wait, I'm buffering here. Oh, wait a minute. All right. I buffered for a second there, people. I guess I'm good. I just had to check something. Tom, what I'm about to do, you have been the most important person to me for what I'm about to do on YouTube. You hit my gratitude button the hardest. I am so grateful. Okay, well, Jethro, ditto, man. Listen, you talked about the pebbles. I just talked about throwing pebbles. Well, listen, they've influenced you. You know, what you just said. And if I stirred you just enough and let's say you do become this great YouTube impact guy, whatever you're going to do, man, and what you said. So maybe some of the things I said inspired you. Well, I did my job, didn't I? My ripples in the pond disturbed the things in the water just enough. And what they did on the shore, didn't they? Okay? So that's my point, man. That's what I'm talking about right there, okay? But I mean, listen, we talked. Yeah, we had a conversation, didn't we? And yeah, no, man. Matter of fact, Jethro, when I talked to you, I had a certain sense about you that you were the type. Just hearing you talk, hearing your voice and everything, you have a very magnetic personality. You have a type of personality that would lure people in and they could trust you. I sensed that about you, and I thought, I'm thinking, okay. I don't think I've ever had a conversation directly with an INFJ before. I mean, actual conversation. I mean, I have here. I've had plenty right here. No, I should say that. But so you're going to take that, and if I sense that, okay. So that you're going to have people confide in you, okay. But that's gonna leave an impact right there. But to always keep that. You always got to make sure you maintain that kind of personability, okay? But yeah, you'll do all right, And plus, you sound very articulate. You sound smart. As long as you can just talk well, have an articulation about you, and carry a good conversation and present yourself, you'll be all right. Yeah, you'll be just fine, But I find places with one close friend. Okay. All right. Apparently, I was a minor celebrity in high school because of something I did. Yet I still don't, I don't how I managed to get everyone bothered. Oh. Like around every corner, it's, oh my God, Edith, I would have to hide. Oh, okay. So you get to be a minor celebrity in high school, huh? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I had, well, you could be famous or you could be infamous. Hey, I guess that's part of what it is. I mean, some people are famous, some are infamous. I mean, you got people that are, everybody knows them, but not because they did good things, right? Everybody's heard of Genghis Khan, right? Yeah, not the nicest guy now, was he? I mean, yeah, he was a conqueror, and from what I heard, when he conquered a town, he was quite brutal too. You know what I mean? But everybody's heard his name, don't they? But not for his good deeds. Everybody's heard of that guy in Germany with the little mustache guy, too. We've all know who he is, not for his good stuff. So those guys are infamous. So, yeah. So I guess in a way they're celebrities, too. But, yeah, you don't want to be that, do you? No, well, anyway, no, Jethro, man, I take that. I hear you. I hear you. And you've helped me out quite a bit as well. And if that's helped to if that's helped you along a bit, then I appreciate that. I really do. But I'm just so curious to see what you're going to do, man. You know what? You got us. Listen, I'm going to tell you right here. You got this whole channel rooting for you. You got all this. You got of all of us just, we're waiting to see what you got to do, man. You know that, right? I guarantee you know that. So, yeah. Now listen, man. If you get to be good, you get to do your thing. You know. You could. I mean, I would plug your channel every so often. You know what I mean? And if it's okay with you, if you got a real good clip, if I get to that point, if it's okay with you, I'll show you a clip and say, yeah, this is from Personality Pill. I want to get to that point eventually too. I know I keep saying it, but again, for me, it's just the learning curve is there. Hey, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Hey, did I show you the microphone right here? Look at this. I just put this up. I haven't hooked it up yet. Eventually, I'm going to have this microphone, and I'm going to do these videos, and I'll be like, hey, so, be one of these, and, well, maybe not right in front of me like this, kind of off to the side. You see what I mean? And eventually, this is going to be activated. I just put this in this afternoon, So I got to get that going, So eventually, that's going to be one of the formats I got to get. So I'm trying to get things going a little bit, I do have that going, and there's a couple other things I plan on getting going too, But that's part of it. It took me almost a year, though. You see, it took me close to a year just to evolve to get to these stages as well, So, but if it's all about making money, think of it as just making first of all, here's the best thing you got to do too, Jethro, is you got to establish your audience. You have to be, you just have to do that. You have to establish people to just like you. But I think you're going to be okay with that because I think you got that already. You have to be very personable with the people that you're dealing with too. That's why I try to put posts out and I try to have these lives and be as interactive as possible. I mean, because connecting with your people that are watching you is imperative. You don't want to make them feel like they're just a number. This is one thing that I heard on one of those video guides. I think it was vidIQ. It was one of those. They said, make sure your people, they're not just numbers. They're not just subscriber numbers. No, they're not. They're your audience, and you have to make sure that you have to make a good connection with people. That was one of the best pieces of advice that I heard on how to have a YouTube channel. Is you're talking to them. You're talking to the camera. You're not just talking into a little round little window here. You're talking to people beyond that camera. So I had been told that advice. I thought that was one thing I thought that was brilliant, and it seemed to make sense. You got to carry that into your channel too, man. You got to be, you got to be with it that way. Okay, man. I know the people say that man from Germany in 1939 was a big guy. He was actually a good guy, but being an INFJ, they made him a bad guy because treat me like a bad guy. Sometimes something that I'm not. What do you think? They got him all wrong? I think they got. Hey, maybe he really wasn't. He wasn't the bad guy. Maybe all the propaganda. There was really somebody else was the guy pulling all the strings, and they put all the blame on him. Imagine if that was it, right? No, I don't know, man. And he wasn't. Yeah, that's right. Jesus got sacrificed, and he wasn't bad. Well, the thing is, it's about human nature too. I mean. Sometimes people sometimes people that tell the truth too much. Now, I don't know what that had to do with, I don't know exactly what that had to do with what we're talking about. Well, I mean, Jesus got, yeah. No, he wasn't bad, but the thing was, the reason he got sacrificed is because he basically, it was the scribes and the Pharisees that he went against. He basically told the scribes, the Pharisees that were the high priests at the time, they were really strict on their whole regiment, their whole scripture regiment, and Jesus was not conventional with them. He wasn't just in there to appease them. I mean, he basically showed up and he was telling them what hypocrites they were. That they had their cloaks, their dresses on, their clothing. They preached. They were contorting their faces while they were fasting to make it look like they were in pain, only for people to look at them, to see them in pain, to gather for people to feel sorry for them in a sense. They weren't hiding that, and Jesus pointed these things out, basically. And the high priests and the scribes and Pharisees didn't like Jesus for that, so they condemned him. I like that. Make people make feel like everybody's more like a number. Exactly, Vamp. That's basically one of the best things you can do is like when you're connecting with your audience. Yeah, they're not just a number. They're just not subscriber numbers. No, they're people over there. Yeah, like you are. And that was one of the best pieces of advice that I took from I think it was one of those content creators. Like I said, it was somebody that was trying to inspire. And there's a lot of them on YouTube. There's bunches of them on YouTube. But bottom line is be yourself too, because I think it's all within us anyway. We're all just people we're decent people. We're just talking through a camera here, and we're just conveying a whole message through a massive audience. That's all it is. INFJs get treated like crap all the time, but the majority of people, because we reflect the truth, just like Jesus and the man from Germany did. Yeah, but the man from Germany also, he goes down as the greatest villain of all time because he did turn dark. If you look at what the end result of what Nazi Germany became. I mean, it wasn't until after the war and they saw all the camps, all the destruction, all the stories of what was going on. Yeah, that just showed you where that regime was going. And of course, yeah, who was the top dog of that regime was Uncle Adolf over there. So yeah, he did he have a good side? I bet you. Yeah, listen, it's kind of hard to say that in the same breath. I'm sure he could have been the type of guy that he could have probably put on his best face and talked to you like he was empathetic and everything. I bet he could have been, but behind the scenes, when he got in front of that crowd and when he was manipulating masses of people, he was turning. He was basically dividing and conquering. Yeah, he had to come up with the villain. He had to come up with the whole group of people that he made villains out of. And yeah, he manipulated masses of people to have industrialized starvation and industrialized mass extinction. We know where that all went, right? Those ideas were some of the lowest marks of human nature that we could ever fathom of where it went. But was he telling the truth? Wherever that whole regime led, yeah, no, that was a very, very dark place is where it went. You can't compare the two now, can you? Yes, they were both INFJs. One was the Lord and one was Adolf. Yeah. But the thing was, he was still a human being. He turned dark. He went to the dark side. The man was, he listened to his dark shadows in there, and he twisted his mind. He was an unhealthy guy, though. That's the only thing, right? There's things the man from Germany did that were actually good. He helped people, and a lot of people don't know the kind things he did to help people. He was against smoking pot, smoking corn. He tried to get housing for. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, there were certain things. I guess he had certain things like that. Yeah, yeah. He was against smoking, and yes, I know what you mean. There was a couple of little subtle things that seemed to be that put him into like a good light. I know what you mean. But but again, I mean, where did it go though? I mean, yeah, I hear what you're saying. There were certain things that there was something. See, this is one of those really tough subjects to come up with and talk about right now. I mean, I heard about all these. Yeah, he actually had a system where he got all the trains to run on time too. If you want to look at some of those things, yeah, I get it. Yeah, he there was a couple of ideas that he was carried through that seemed to make sense, and that seemed to be good things. Yeah, but doesn't that a lot? Okay, but the thing is, he had this dark thing. I mean, that'd be like saying, though, think of this for an example. Okay, a guy like Ted Bundy. Yeah, he was, he had something articulate about him. He stayed in school. He had a good way about him. People liked him. He seemed to be the type that he could be magnetic, and people couldn't believe that he did what he did. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe he helped, he gave to charity, he gave to people, but he had a dark side, didn't he? I mean, we're talking about Ted. We know what, I would hope people know who Ted Bundy was. He was one of the most notorious serial unalivers in the country. And he was executed. But the thing was, he deceived so many people. You would have thought he was a regular, decent guy, very helpful. I mean, he actually volunteered and yeah, he donated to certain causes, but then you find out when he had his dark side, and what he was doing. He was going to campuses at night, and he was kidnapping. Okay, I don't want to get too much into what he did, but he left a trail. He left a trail. I mean, that's like saying just because somebody is good in this way, it doesn't absolve their dark nature. I mean, they did that all as a front. Sometimes I think human nature will do that. It's almost like they have to come up with a front in order to justify what they do. They have to come up with a noble exterior front in order to mask their dark side. Yeah. It's almost a way of absolving themselves of guilt in a way. You see? But it's a kind of a twisted way of thinking. But I think you can see the pattern in a lot of people in history, where it's where they do that. You know, I mean, you could even say Al Capone. Yeah, he was a notorious gangster of the 1920s. He had Chicago basically he ran Chicago. He had all the police departments paid for. Most of the cops were crooked because of him. Even judges, politicians. Certain ones were all bought and paid for by, let's say, Al Capone. But also what he did was he would donate massive amounts of food to soup kitchens. He was given to homeless shelters. He was feeding people. He was actually a very good philanthropist on the outside. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could go ahead and say that too. But Al Capone had a mall. He basically had an underworld empire where he was having people unalived. I mean, you heard about that Valentine's Day massacre. He was ordering things to happen. Okay, he was having his rivals and his opponents taken out by his henchmen. Okay, I mean, he didn't do it deliberately. He didn't do it personally, for the most part. But does that make him a good guy? Because he had a front where he gave to soup kitchens. I mean, people would say he was one of the greatest, most generous guys there was. But behind the scene, he was ordering massive hits on people, really brutal hits on his opponents. That's the same idea. That's the same mindset of what Hitler did. Yeah, they create a farce. It's all a way of creating a certain farce and an elaborate outer scheme to make them look noble, make them look reasonable. But it gets washed away with that dark side that they have when they're doing things behind the scenes, though. Okay, if you ask me, it's just a big smokescreen to hide the real truth. Yeah. Okay. Okay. INFJs get okay. There's one thing, a man from Germany. Okay. I've studied him for 2 decades, and as an INFJ, I can see the propaganda. He tried to help the Jews before he went to war, to help them move to different countries before he went to war, and had them in his army. Oh, so you think there's a lot of propaganda out there, do you? Is that? I mean, it's a good possibility. Listen, I think. Listen, I don't know the whole truth. You're actually saying that Adolf was. I mean, I know that he's one of the greatest villains of all time. Yeah, that's the way we've been told how it is. But so you're saying that he actually. So you're saying that he actually tried to relocate some of the Jewish people out of his country, and what was that again? And he actually had them fight in his own wars. Well, okay. Hey, I'm not. Listen, these are things that are not mainstream, obviously. And if you read this or heard this, I mean, how credible are these sources? I'm just asking. I'm not. Listen, I'm here for debate. I'm not going to shut you down and say that's not true. I mean, I know things have been, but who was pulling the strings? Something was happening in that country where that wasn't good. Okay, and he was the Fuhrer. He was the guy up there making the speeches. Now, can you translate some of them speeches? Was he not saying I mean, because some of those things were translated from English into English from German. And I mean, and he was talking about hatred of an entire race of people during the speeches as well. He had a way of manipulating masses in those speeches. Well, very credible. So much propaganda. He was just, I'm sleepy at work. Oh, Hidden Harp's out there again, huh? This is random, but one of the goals is to get my name legally changed. Oh, okay. Gosh, Harp, you want to change your name, huh? Okay. All right. I never heard any of this, Jethro. I mean, I've actually heard a few people. I remember I had this friend back when I was a kid, and I met this kid. He was like, I was probably 15, 16 years old, and I'm not sure. I thought he had told me like he was talking like you were, and I don't know what happened to him. I only met him once or twice, and he lived like in a complex where I lived in back when I was, like I said, must have been a kid. But he had a fascination for Adolf, and he was basically like, I thought he was an extremist. I thought, why is he? He was just talking like telling me things about how he was basically the things he did like that. I didn't know. I don't know. I knew what I knew. I knew what I heard. Of course, I believe all the history that we've been told, and I was reluctant to. I was basically saying, "Gosh, I mean, I've heard all that too, all the things that it was propaganda and everything, but I didn't know how far that went." But I seem to remember, yeah, there was, like I said, there was a kid. I even think he had a poster on his wall. Like, he hung out with him for a bit. I think I went over like his house and we hung out. And he had like a poster or something. And I vaguely remember that. I don't think I hung around with him much after that. I'm just trying to remember. But, yeah. What? He was a smart man. So much propaganda, very credible. This is random. Okay, I'm slightly lazy and procrastinating doing the paperwork. What do you want to change to? So what started at for me was in the seventh grade, watching the things they said was a big push. I could sense it. Oh, not sure yet, but I know the name one day. But I kind of don't want as my initials. Oh, okay. All right. I'm just kind of reading some of your stuff you got going on here, people. As far as that goes, as far as personality pill, as far as Jethro, yeah, I've heard a lot of I've heard a lot of the other side too. I've heard that other side, and but also I don't know where exactly you're coming from on that, other than I mean, but I have heard some. I know that we're so quickly to say how evil he was. Yeah, and I know that's how we are told, and that's the way history has reviled him for forever and ever and ever. Let's say, okay. And I mean, I've also heard all those arguments about how he had certain. But you're basically saying what we've heard is a lie. Yeah, are you thinking that all like history has made a villain out of him that is undue? Is that what you think? I mean, I'm just asking, man, because I mean I've heard this argument before. That's not the first time. So, but I mean I know sometimes you got these certain organizations that say that, let's say, the Holocaust never happened. That all these videos and all these camps that we saw, even though there's relics of these camps, that all these videos were all like the bodies were paper mache. All these like bone racked bodies weren't even real. The ones that were being, all the footage was not anything they did. I mean, I heard a lot of this. All the piles and piles were paper mache. Now, some of from the other side said that was all fabricated. I mean, otherwise, the thing is, I mean, millions of people disappeared in Europe during that time, millions of them. And they're trying to say they never perished the way they did. Well, what happened to them? Where'd they go? Where did all these millions of people go? How do you account for where they went? I mean, if it never happened. I'm just saying, man, I've heard this argument before. Now, I had somebody leave a comment on one of my videos. Now, it happened to be somebody made a comment that they believed that Charlie Kirk was still alive. That somehow the whole like plot to have him assassinated was just that somebody made it look like that. They fabricated it. He's really alive. And it was just to paint one side to be the villain, let's say. The ones that... So, but again, I made a comment how absurd that sounded. And of course, I just put it in it was in a comment. I can't remember what video. It was kind of random. I just said how absurd it was. I basically said, are his children in on there? Are the children told to lie about it too? He's got like 4 or 5-year-old daughters. And I said, are they in on it? Is his wife in on it? Does she know? Basically, are they told to pretend to be upset? I don't know. I wrote something like that. My point is that sometimes we're gaslit into things. And I know we believe certain things from history, conventional things, but I don't know, man. I mean, I hear a lot of things too, and sometimes it baffles me. How many people don't believe that the moon landed, that the Apollo never reached the moon, that was all staged? I've heard conspiracy theories about that too. So there's always a side of the story that says it's never happened. Now, I don't know. I have to use my common sense and know that history happened the way it is. We learned it the way it was. And, I mean, there's actual footage. I mean, gosh, there's still camps to this day that are all ruins. There's ruins of camps, buildings still up where there's bunkers and dorms of people where they had people housed. And there's still ovens. There's still ovens that are not used anymore, but relics of ovens. And there's a reason they did not get rid of these, because we have to believe that this type of destruction of humanity took place. This type of the lowest part of human nature took place once, you know. And well, let me ask you that, Jethro. Do you believe that the Holocaust really happened? I'm just asking, man. Do you believe that, or was that nothing but a hoax? Was all those bodies paper mache? You know, because I've heard that argument before. I mean, I don't want to get too much into it, but you're basically telling me, you know, Uncle Adolf wasn't a bad guy. I mean, that's kind of tough to say, man. It really is in this day and age. I mean, I know I'm kind of going along with it, but at the same time, I'm open for honest debate. But where did it all leave? And if it wasn't him pulling the strings, somebody was. And if you're basically saying what they're blaming him, I don't know what you're getting at there. Then what kind of history can we believe? Yes, stay warm. Okay. Yes. Okay, we're talking about changing last names here, huh? That's kind of random, Harp. You want to change your last name or change your whole name, huh? Okay, gosh. Oh, my goodness. I wanted to change my middle name one time, but I never got around to it. I was thinking of changing it, but just my middle name. But so, but I just I never did. Okay, so but anyway, if anybody's got any other concerns out there, we just had an interesting discussion. All right, and so okay, so well, Jethro. All right. Not sure why exactly. I'm not sure how exactly we steered into that conversation. Oh, I did say something about. I think I mentioned something about the guy from Germany, and then that's where that went. That's what it was. Okay. I mean. Okay. So, but let me check something. So, if anybody has any concerns, anybody would like to, well, you can see where that rabbit hole just went down there. Okay. I mean, you can see sometimes we jump down rabbit holes now we're on here, don't we? Things just kind of unfold and go where they go. That's all. And that was quite a rabbit hole, I guess. Oh, the only reason I'm talking about him is because he's an INFJ. Well, yeah, but the thing is, I mean, now, I mean, you're basically saying that there was some good in him, you know. I mean, you're trying to say that, you know, but the thing is, yeah, he was an INFJ, but I chalk it up to INFJs are still human beings. We're not, I mean, just because we have all this wonderful attributes in our character, as you say, all these stereotypical wonderful characters, we're still human beings. And I've seen what human beings do. Listen, I think we're capable of many things, many wonderful giving, sacrificing things, but I also think there's a dark side. And you look at what some people in history have done. And we're capable of some very brutal, awful things too, either individually or as in masses. And he's still a human being, you know. And yeah, he may have been an INFJ, but he was unhealthy. I still believe it. I mean, yeah, because listen, I know who I am in my heart, and I know I've had bouts in my life where I've seen my shadow. I have seen some parts of me that I'm not proud of even to this day. Even during parts of my my family life with my marriage. I know that what happened to me, some of the stresses of being a father, being a being a husband, not understanding that I needed alone time and being denied it. Not even, being that I was in a family and that sometimes you're told, well, you can't isolate for days. Now you have a family. You have responsibilities. Being told that and saying, oh, okay. Now I'm a father now. I'm a husband and I have to be part of my family. But at the same time being depleted, but by the same time being exhausted for like weeks at a time, never getting back any kind of and not even understanding why. Okay? And then all of a sudden the exhaustion and the lack of alone time, where it led me, how it got me. I had actually gotten very, let's say, short tempered, short fused. I mean, I never lashed out physically, but I became cruel in some ways. And now listen, this is a part of me I don't like to cite, but I'm telling you, I saw the dark side come out of me. And I saw there were bouts of me that could have been pushed to something worse if I had allowed that. I do see that. I could see like, so I know we have proclivities. It doesn't matter what personality we are. We have anybody is a human being that has a possible proclivity and a tendency to turn dark and as vile as anybody can. Yeah. Now I'm just basing it on myself. Again, I didn't act anything out, but I saw where I could have been led. But I had something in me that had to, that eventually the marriage had it fell apart. I ended up going on my own, and it's something I had to do. But I did see where that was leading me, and I think that's the bottom line is, yeah, that's human nature. Again, I'm studying myself, and I saw what was in me, where I could have been led. You know, other people, just because of the type, doesn't mean that they're exempt from that. Yeah. There's a documentary you need to watch, actually, too. Is it an INFJ? Excuse me. Is it a YouTube video documentary here on YouTube? I mean, when I was younger, I do admit I thought the moon landing was fake. I've been hearing that too. Yeah, I saw the whole. I heard that side of the story. But then again, like I said, somebody else had mentioned that they think Charlie Kirk is still alive. That was all staged too. How do you stage somebody that happened to him like that? You know what I mean? YouTube banned them. Oh, okay. See, you said that's exactly what it is. Yeah, does Rumble have those? Just asking. We were talking about Rumble, about the locals. Maybe those formats have them. I would have thought so. I would have thought so. Yeah, usually any kind of media that's any kind of pro, painting Uncle Adolf in a good light is not. It's not. Yeah, it's. Listen, I'm open to debate, but at the same time, I have to remain logical. Remain logical, not emotional. I'm trying not to react knee jerk and emotion. I'm trying to hear your side, man. I really am, but I'm also trying to gather and I'm trying to rationalize what we're talking about in a rational way. I'm not here to condemn you, but I mean, you'd have to basically tell me that everything we've learned about history is a lie. And listen, I think history can be distorted sometime. I do believe that, but you'd have to believe certain things were just completely lied to, and we were like completely hoaxed in order to believe this stuff, you know? And again, is it possible? Absolutely. But that's what you'd have to convince me on, though, you know? But, I mean, but like I said, just because he's an INFJ does not, if that's what you're basing it on, you can't just say that because even an INFJ can turn brutally dark. That's my point, is that it doesn't have any guidelines. And just because we had the Lord, our Savior, who was an INFJ, and he was who he was, and then you have somebody with the same personality, was that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's what he wanted to allow himself. It's what he allowed his shadows to do. It's what he. It's where he allowed his his darkness to take him. Is what it matters. I told you what's inside of me. I told you I saw glimpses. Again, I didn't act on them. I mean, but I saw that if I wanted to, I could have gone down a dark place. I could have stayed there, but I didn't allow myself that. You know, my dark side looks like teen like Teen Titans Ravens when she had 4 eyeballs. Oh my gosh. My reason behind it was because I couldn't get a teacher an explanation on how it happened or show me videos or books of it. If they could have helped me, my curiosity would have been helpful. Vamp, I think you're a little bit younger than me, but I do remember being a kid. Listen, I would have been 4 years old at the time of the original moon landing. So I don't think I was young enough to comprehend what was going on at the time. But even just a few years after, I do remember seeing footage of them with all black and white footage, them bouncing in their spacesuits and they had their moon buggies, and they were driving around, and they were planting the flags and hitting the golf balls. I seen all that footage. It is out there. I know you can easily say that was all staged too, that it was taken in just with trick light photography and taken out in the desert and things like that. I know I've heard that too. So, but again, I mean, I've seen the footage, but I've also heard I heard there's always somebody that's going to try to make you doubt it, everything. So, but there's always another side to the story. There's the conventional thinking, then there's that. I guess it's up to us to really piece together, and we got to figure out what we want to believe, and not just react on it, like I said, on emotional, just you don't believe it, Like, I mean, a lot of people would hear what you're talking about, Jethro, and how you're saying it, and actually probably some people would say, they'd probably have you reported, or they'd tell you never come to my channel. I'm just telling you, man, people would. I'm not going to do that. I'm trying to hear you out. I'm just trying to get to the root of what it is. And I've only heard that before. I've just heard that before, but again, we'd have to know we've been deceived all this time. That's all. I have to say, I see it for what it is. I think there was some truth to it, and yeah. And again, where did all those millions of people, if it was all just fabricated, where'd they all go? You know what I mean? Did they hide? Are they hiding? Are they? Yeah, I really, when YouTube goes censored things, I really, when YouTube goes censored things is like how people learn or educated on your educated. I'm not sure. Did you leave a couple words out of that? So I'm just trying to make it to the point. I'm trying to just troubleshoot it around, like I said, in a very logical way. I'm not trying to get angry. Just trying to figure out what it is. That's all. I think part of human nature too is just it has a way of putting doubt in your head, in your mind about certain things. That's all. And just because, if it's only because the reason is because of his MBTI type, if you're basing it on that, saying, well, he was that type and he's our type and we know who we are. I mean, you can't base it on that. He was still, but again, you have to remember fundamentally too, he was a human being, and human beings are a fallen being. Okay. And you do see what, you do see what people are capable of doing. And hey, again, it's just nothing. We are not exempt from that. Our personality type does not exempt us from anything. It's up to us. It's still up to us to strive not to want to be that. That's all it is. Again, if you've seen your own inner side, like I said, it was. I've seen glimpses a couple times in my life. I've seen my own dark shadow. Listen, just as Carl Jung studied himself in so many ways, and he kind of mapped out his own. He mapped out the whole introverted intuitive mind, and he came to these conclusions. And he studied his own proclivities. Well, I can honestly say that yes. I mean, without me trying to study, I've seen where my mind is going. I've seen where I think that if you let yourself go a certain way down a dark shadow, I could see where it could be tempting, alluring. I've always just had something strong enough within my character that would put roadblocks into it because that was me. Because I had a certain upbringing that said I'll never cross a certain border, a certain path in my mind, and harming people, hurting people, unaliving people was not one of them. It was not one of them. You see what I mean? And wanting to do that was not one of them. But but I mean, even just carrying out orders to do that. How do you live with yourself? I mean, that's just me. So yes, sorry. I just a lot of videos. I watched just got censored. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say that's what it is. There's a lot of video, probably on YouTube. I know YouTube's does that a lot too. YouTube has. We were talking about that about the how YouTube has its certain censorship, and yeah, there's certain freedoms of speech and things. They're apt to, yeah, they're not letting, yeah, certain things get out there. I get that. All right. I understand one reason, but another reason it is like what is educational purpose? Why block it? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that's right. I mean, I think I think too. We've also been there's certain things that happened in history that we need to believe it, and we better believe it or else, and we better believe it a certain way or else, and that's one of them too. You're kind of onto something. I think that just believing in what happened and what exactly happened in the Third Reich, and how it happened, and how that's there's only one way to conclude out of that. Yeah, I know that. But how could you not? If that depravity of human nature took place, there's really no there's no plus side to that. There's nothing you can justify that. That's like there's certain things that have no explanation that there's no salvaging. In other words, in anything in any way, and that's one of them. That's one of those. And yeah, but that's the way we've been taught in history. That's the way it happened. That's the way it went down. And I mean, there's evidence of it. There's proof of it. But yeah. All right. I think we talked quite a bit about this, didn't we? Huh? So, all right. How long have we been here so far? Now, you people wouldn't mind if I go use the restroom for a minute, would you? I have 7 watching. Now, that's about average. I have 7 watching typically when I do a live broadcast. I mean, some nights I have more, but that's about average, right around this time. So the 7, I think and it's the BC. It's got to be the BC right here, the Breakfast Club. That is, yeah. It's all of us right now. And I think, like I said, this is our tight knit core right here. This is our core. I'm gonna come right back. Let me use the men's room, and I'll be back. Okay. Okay. Hey, how you doing there? I'm back. I'm back. How's things going? All right. Oh, hey, Genesis. Hey, listen to this. Justin just came in. How you doing, Justin? Good to see you there. Now I think the BC is all in full swing. Let's see. What do we got here, Genesis? We have a. I just got up. I don't know if you saw that. If you were listening or whatnot, but let's see what you got going on here, Jess. Hey, hello. Hey, Tom. Hello, all. Question. Question. All of the main narratives myself, but it's late and I don't care about arguing. I know this channel is more about self-discovery. Yeah, yes, that's a good point there. That's a very good point now, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Jethro's is the ENTP was a personality pill. Every support. Okay, so all right, yeah, no, that's a good point there. Also, Tom, I mentioned type O negative in the comment of yours last video. That is a band from Brooklyn, New York that I have listened to every day since high school, wearing their shirt right now. Oh, is that what that is? It was in regard to what I was trying to figure out what that meant. I wasn't sure exactly. Okay. I mentioned them because you sometimes brought them up in your live chat. They sound kind of like Black Sabbath and Pink Floyd and Deepak Mode mixed together. Oh, really? That's kind of Toolish. I always thought Tool was kind of a a metal Pink Floyd sound too. Yeah, Tool is, well, I wouldn't say too much like Pink Floyd, but kind of. Genesis, I listened a lot lately for some reason, even though my playlist is on shuffle. All right. Yeah, there you go. All right. Hey, Tom, you missed my chat up there. Oh, did I? What were we talking about? What did you do? I missed a chat. What did you write up there? Okay. 3 up, LOL. Okay, what is it? What did I miss here? 3 up, LOL. Okay, I'm looking. You banned them, personality pill. You documented watch 2, actually. Okay, stay warm. I'm trying to see where I missed your chat here. It must have been a good one for you want me to see. Okay. I missed my chat up there. I'm looking for it. I didn't see what you're talking about. I don't, unless we're talking about me having to watch a couple videos that aren't on YouTube anymore or something. You said that there are some documentaries I have to watch, but I don't. You said you think they banned them or something? So what started it for me? Oh, the 7th grade. Big push. Oh, all right. Yeah. I'm kind of backing up. I see some of the stuff we were talking about. Unless, all right, I didn't quite see that one. All right, so we're going to talk about heavy metal music now. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, but I guess I don't know, man. This kind of took a strange turn, you know. Now, Jethro, I thought, I've known you for a couple months. I mean, sometimes you get to know certain things about certain people, you know? Yeah, I mean, but I don't know. I don't know, man. I think I've said enough about that already. I think I've already given you my best opinion about that whole thing there, you know? A bunch of random music, most metal. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I think I was hoping maybe somebody could steer me down a little rabbit hole. Give me something. Like when you try to tempt a rabbit, what do? You throw a carrot down a hole to get him to jump in there. I need somebody to, maybe somebody says something. You do that all the time. That's all. But again, this is the Breakfast Club. I've noticed that, yeah, well, I've already said before, I want to eventually, hey, that'd be a cool one. That'd be a cool one. Maybe come up with some mugs or some T-shirts to say that. Some Breakfast Club stuff, huh? That would be a good reference point. Yeah. Genesis, a bunch of random music, metal most. Yeah, we started talking music back a couple other chats, didn't we? Yeah, we got into different music. Funny thing is, yeah, I let me see, where are we here? Analysis. 153. See live count. All right. Yeah. So just so you know, we're up to 1,053 subs. If you notice on the chat, if you notice on the tally, it says 1.05. What that means is a percentage of 1,000. 0.5 is 5% of 1,000. That's how they do that from now on. So it usually hovers on that for the next 10, in case anybody was really asking, but I don't think anybody really was. That's just something I was checking. That's all, But I'm trying to come up with some good ideas as far as another video goes. I'm gonna have to record one tomorrow. I'm gonna definitely have to, and I'm gonna have to come up with something. I sometimes, like I said, I come up with these good monologues when I'm in my. Hey, I can put my microphone. You can pretend I'm listening to my microphone, and this is what it's gonna be like, So I get this monologue, So. How's that gonna look, huh? Hey, that looks kind of cool. I just got to get this thing to activate eventually, and then I got my little webcam thing. Hey, you want to see a cool webcam? Let me show you what it looks like. I haven't hooked it up yet. Hold on a minute. Hey, check this out, right? I know this is like. Now this is something else I got right here, right? So you got this little webcam guy. Look at him. He looks like he's got these two eyes in there, right? Looks like a little space alien, doesn't he? I mean, he actually looks like a little like who was that guy from? Look at him. He's got the two eyes. Well, this thing, right? When it's all hooked up, this thing will actually kind of follow me around a bit. You know what I'm saying? Like when I finally get this thing, I can have it honed in on there. And if I move, it'll move with me and it'll kind of move around, So I got this thing. And I just kind of set it up. And just before I went live, I got the thing all like set up here and everything, right? But so eventually I got to plug that in and get it all linked in with all that stuff, So anyway, I thought that was kind of cool, right? That's all. Uh-oh, I lost a bunch of people. Where's everybody going here, huh? So, anyway, that got that one going there, right? So, we'll put that back. So, all right. Yeah, so anyway, some about O Positive was on here. Yeah, so, but as far as the dark side of the INFJ, yeah, maybe that's something we got to talk about sometime. I mean, again, I don't think I'm going to tell you. I think the dark side it doesn't. We might say it's dark side and INFJ. I think the dark side is the dark side, no matter where you slice it in all human nature. I'm going to say that right now. Everybody's got a proclivity to that dark side. And it depends on if you want to listen to it, if you want to be guided by that. That's that's your own weaknesses. That's going to lead you to there, because nobody has it better or any easier than the other ones. Matter of fact, I would actually believe that being that introverted intuitives. Now think about this. Now everybody. A lot of times you hear about people getting into their dark side, And a lot of times you can actually think that there's certain patterns when people turn, let's say, dark. And what leads them to a lot of times what are some of the fundamental things that pull people into reacting to their dark side or turning to that? It's basically is a lot of times is sometimes we hear about their childhood neglect. Sometimes you hear about these people that turn very viciously dark, let's say. You hear about their troubled childhoods. Yeah. And occasionally you find out that these people were loners and drifters. And now they were the types that became very introverted and very alone type, and they had troubled childhoods. Now, what does that sound like? Now, I'm not saying that. Look, I know if you want to think about it in its own obscure way. Now, INFJs, I've told you before, INFJ personalities and other introverted intuitives in general are a troubled soul in itself. Okay? And sometimes you hear these stereotypes about people that turn dark, and that's where they started their whole journey. Is that yeah, they were neglected, they were picked on, they were bullied, they were abused as children sometimes, and a lot of them you heard were loners. Yeah, they were introverts or they were just the lone types, and something within their alone mind twisted them in some ways too. Now you might actually say that some of the very type that we are would turn that way. But how could that be? You say no, INFJs they have that feeling type. They're the extroverted feelers. They're the warm types. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. The stereotypical. But the bottom line is, if you really think about it, they had all those traits that they say all of these classic ones. Okay, we're talking about the Ted Bundys. We're talking about the BKTs, whoever it might be. Okay, and all these have that same type of profile. Okay, now you got me thinking things, Jethro. You got me thinking about the dark side. Now we got into a discussion a little bit earlier about that, and how, just because somebody's a certain type means nothing. Now, honestly, from what I just said, from what I just was thinking about, that right there actually says that, the INFJ type is actually. I'm not saying they all are, but who's to say they don't have a proclivity? Or that some of them wouldn't be that way. And why is it? And you would, okay, I'm trying to think. Now, why is it? Now, you would almost think that there'd be more of them that would be INs, introverted intuitives, that would turn that dark, that twisted. But for some reason, they don't. Why is that? Well, at least not that I know of, anyway. Oh no, I hope they weren't typed. Oh yes, that's a good album too. Okay, you're talking about. All right. Yeah, we're talking about albums and stuff like that. Okay. All right, we're talking about that stuff. All right. See, I forget. There's your own click going on right there. So. But I don't know. That it just got me thinking. Now I don't know if Jethro's still out there or whatnot, but that just got me kind of thinking about that. I mean, it just got me thinking about how our maybe how our mind really does work. I mean, you'd almost think that our type would have more of a proclivity to turn like that, but I guess we're really not, So I have four watching. And what time is it? It is noon. It is midnight. And I am going up on probably 5 hours here. I'm getting very close to that. Okay. Now, listen, people, I'm going to get ready to sign off. Okay. And I'm going to call this a night. All right. It's already midnight. And I've been here almost 5 hours. I started here at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, going on 5 hours. So, I'm going to get ready to sign off for the night. All right. Well, people, I want to thank you all for showing up, and I want to definitely thank you, my core people that are out there, the Breakfast Club, I call you. I'm glad you stuck around. You really do make my night. Okay, so and so moving forward, yeah, I'm gonna just have to make sure that we are that I continue with the channel as it is. Okay, so. So, people, thank you so much for showing up. And again, I love you all for being here, for spending time with me on a Saturday night. I really do. And you mean a lot to me. You do. You mean so much to me. And until the next time, people, I just want to wish you all a great rest of your day, all right? And thank you so much again for being here. All right? Okay. So I'm going to try to do this again next Saturday night, okay? Possibly. Okay? Well, thank you again. All right, people, thank you so much again. And we'll see you hopefully next week, okay? So have yourself a wonderful rest of your day, all right? Thank you.